One love, Delta9 travelers. Welcome in. Welcome into this special Sunday presentation. Who is live with me right now? Can you hear me and hear me clearly, Delta9 travelers? If you can, please and thank you. Drop a 9 in the comment section for me so I know that I'm coming through and I'm coming through clearly on your side of the globe. What a morning. What news would I awake to 3 something, 4 something this morning to hear Honorable Ejil doing a presentation because he was one of the first persons that was highlighting details about what was going on, right? With the boat that sank in Guyana today. Well, overnight. Big up to all the travelers that are live with us. There's so many updates that we're going to be getting into on that particular headline and probably a few other headlines if we have the time to on this live presentation. I want to welcome you in. Welcome into the International Digital Connection right here on Delta9 Media. And we will be getting into all of the headlines, connecting all the updates, connecting to what's going on with the MV Barima, right? All the updates coming in on that. There was a recent press conference. We're going to analyze some of the audio recordings coming from members of the crew. A number of things right here on Delta9 Media. So if you haven't already, Delta9 travelers, as you come into the live on this Sunday morning, because we want to say condolences to all of those that would have gotten the bad news that their family member would have transcended, or we want to ask that extra energy, send some extra energy to the ones that are out still looking for our brothers and sisters and still trying to find survivors, right? Remember, we're all connected ultimately, so we can empower each other in these times right now, because I know so many of us are going to be going through it after the finale or by the end of the day when they have the final count and all of the information is in. Listen, there's so much going on with this. Again, condolences to all the family members, and we want to ask that persons that are going to come into contact with the live presentation that we're doing right here, it only takes a couple of seconds and a focused thought to send that energy to those that are out there doing the work for the people, trying to find persons alive and rescue as many persons as they can even now. Welcome into the live presentation to all the Delta9 travelers that are going to be live with us. And big up to all the frequent travelers, all the new travelers that are going to catch this one in the rewind in the future. One of the first things that we're going to analyze, Delta9 travelers, because we jump in straight into the headlines. Straight into the headlines so we could get through as many angles to what's going on right here as possible.
I say we turn over, brother. We turn over in the river, in sea, brother, right now. Kappa police, brother. Hurry up, we just turn over, brother. I say we turn over, brother. We turn over in the river, in sea, brother, right now. Kappa police, brother. Hurry up, we just turn over, brother. I say we turn over, brother. We turn over in the river, in sea, brother, right now. Kappa police.
Chilling accounts coming in from the crew, right? I'm telling you, could you imagine overnight having to deal with this message and an emergency of this magnitude? We're hearing 116 persons, passengers that is, plus a crew of a number of other Guyanese persons, right? So many persons affected by this. Welcome into the live. If you haven't already, Your free, independent way that you can help to get this information out to as many persons as possible is to just make sure that you thumbs up the live Delta9 travelers. Hit that thumbs up button. It truly costs you nothing, but it helps to keep everyone connected with all of these very important and trending headlines. Brenda, welcome into the live. Good morning to you. I was wondering if only 53 passengers had on life jackets. Well, listen, who knows how many persons were wearing their life jackets? Let's hope that it was a situation where as many persons as was on the vessel had access to and more than likely were wearing their safety protection, their life jacket and whatever. Big up to all the travelers that are live with us right now. We just get a chance to hear some of the recordings, some of the emergency message that was sent overnight as the tragedy began, right? Let's hear from some of the crew members and what they have to say about what went down. Welcome into the live presentation, Delta9 travelers. Big up yourself to all the frequent travelers live with us right now. If you haven't already subscribed, it costs you nothing.
When you realized what was happening?
When I realized what was happening, I was in my bed, but at the moment,
What do you mean in bed? Like in
the armor, catching a rest. So I just hear like rat up, things like it falling down. So within the moment now, and I just look out my arm come up. They wanted to rush me and cover me within 2 seconds. Within that moment now, the reason on the second floor, the boat cap fall on the one side. I have to rush. And fall on one side, started going up, sinking up. So I had to just also come out from those seconds stage there and also float myself up. It was a bad experience, man. I didn't know I thought we were going to rescue a very long time.
I don't worry with it. Did you see what happened to other people?
No, I didn't see what's happening to other people. But many people
They wanted to push everybody.
You were together in the
Okay. You want to carry some people, so carry some other people different area. Different area you want to carry. So when we say less than half an hour, everybody a set of people that way, you want to push different area, okay? And the person
this man, everybody this from the one spot,
and we keep planning for help,
sailing around the place. And you just calling for help. Help.
You could tell me your experience.
Chilling account coming from those that were on board. I'm telling you, some of the details, some of the updates, trust me, there will be a number of other updates that will come in and we will bring you them in a neutral manner right here on Delta9 Media. I want to say a special thank you. Almost 100 persons live with us right now, less than 10 minutes. Big up yourself, Delta9 travelers. Let's hear these details once more, just for the emphasis, so we could analyze some of what our brothers are saying right here.
What happened with you?
Well,
when you realized what was happening?
When I realized what was happening, I was in my bed, but at the moment,
what do you mean in bed? Like in
the armor, catching a rest. So I just hear like rat up, things like it falling down. So within the moment now, and I just look out my arm come up. They wanted to rush me and cover me within 2 seconds. Within that moment now, the reason on the second floor, the boat cap fall on the one side. I have to rush. And fall on one side, started going up, sinking up. So I had to just also come out from those seconds stage there and also float myself up. It was a bad experience, man. I didn't know we were going to rescue a very long time.
I don't worry with the
Did you see what happened to other people?
No, we see what's happening to other people. But many people
They want to push
into us.
everybody move.
You were together in the
No,
okay.
We were together.
You want to carry some people, so carry some other people different area. Different area you want to carry. So when we say less than half an hour, everybody a set of people that way, you want to push different area. Okay, and the person
This
what
man,
I was
everybody just standing from the one spot
and we keep planning
and
for
just
help,
drifting around the place, sailing around the place. And you just calling for help. Help.
For preparation.
It's too early to make any speculation, and I would really encourage us not to, at this point in time, politicize anything.
No, but before that, how prepared have we been?
I couldn't say at
What
this
did you
time.
have in
It
place?
looks to me like all systems are working, and I would really encourage Guyanese to just bear our brothers and sisters up in thoughts and prayers. Resist the urge to spread disinformation because families are in distress, and we just stand ready to provide support. But in churches and so on at a meeting this morning, let's pray for our Guyanese brothers and sisters because it's a tough morning.
Yeah, this knock a lot of the wind out of the Sunday morning, I'm telling you.
We're talking about 118 thereabout souls, and so we know up to 53 have been rescued so far. So let's keep them in our thoughts and prayers. There'll be enough time after to see what went wrong and to understand what happened. But let's resist the urge to politicize it for now. Let's just support our men and women who are out there on the ocean trying to rescue people. Let's send positive thoughts and our prayers this morning.
Board the vessel,
The people that I know in region, but hey, at the end of the day, even if we don't know anybody, they're Guyanese brothers and sisters, they're Guyanese children on board the vessel, and so let's just keep them in our thoughts and prayers.
Yeah, man. It is rough hearing this because trust me, eventually we are gonna know someone that knows someone connected to what's going on. So you hear the amount of persons, 116 plus the crew. International news syndicates are picking it up. Persons are talking about it all over the globe. Already, Delta9 travelers. This thing gone global. People talking about it internationally.
Is underway off of the coast of Guyana after a passenger ferry carrying 116 people capsized in the Atlantic Ocean. Guyana's Public Works Minister Juan Edkill has confirmed that the MV Barima sent out distressed call late Saturday night before rolling over near Iron Punt off of the Pomeroon River. The aged vessel had departed Georgetown previously that afternoon bound for Port Kaituma in Northwest District. So far, emergency crews have successfully rescued 8 survivors alive in jurisdictions plagued by jet black visibility. The Guyana's Defense Force, Coast Guard, local air corps, and private vessels have multiplied strategic search sectors to locate the remaining passengers' accounts. Officials noted that the vessel was fully equipped with more than 200 life jackets, giving disaster units surging hope as deployments expand surrounding the disaster site. That's all we have time for. Keep watching NewsX1.
Internationally, persons are talking about it. And right now, we're about to go to persons on the ground so that we could analyze some from what's going on right there, right now. Big up yourself, Delta9 travelers. Thanks for tuning in.
If all people look to do it, tell them, well, you got fingers to type, use it wisely. You got eyes if you could see or you don't feel it. Use it wisely, Take what I'm telling you, right? They always coming with these fake profiles. Thank you. Always coming on these fake profiles, I'm so important you're coming out here, but don't worry. We can block the person just now, don't worry. Hold on, some things you could do, man, David.
Honorable Brooms and the team headed out to highlight details live so we could get some more understanding from the ground. Big up to all the travelers coming in. Jeffrey, big up yourself. Moderation in the building. Thanks for tuning in and being a part of this presentation.
Somebody says the last one was 67.
Briefing led by Prime Minister Brigadier Retired Mark Phillips just wrapped up. Now that press briefing is about the situation still unfolding regarding the MV Barima, which capsized off the Essequibo coast on its way to Port Kaituma in Region 1. Now the incident occurred late last night and into this morning. Rescue efforts have been ongoing. The Prime Minister detailed that a robust rescue exercise, search and rescue exercise has been unfolding, with several agencies deploying assets and members of the private sector also providing some assistance. What we know so far is that it has been confirmed that there were 116 passengers on board that vessel, which was again heading to Port Kaituma in Region 1. There are also 17 crew members on board. So far, 53 individuals have been rescued, and all rescued individuals are being taken to medical facilities where they will receive the necessary medical attention. The names of those rescued persons are not being released as yet. According to the Prime Minister, this is an ongoing search and rescue exercise, and right now all efforts are being directed towards rescuing every single person traveling or who had been traveling on that vessel. So the names of the persons rescued aren't being released as yet. However, in addition to the medical facilities set up to provide support to those rescued persons, communication centers are being set up at the Guyana here in Georgetown and in Port Kaituma, so that families who are, of course, understandably distressed can go there and engage the relevant authorities and get updates as the situation unfolds.
I'm telling you, developments from the ground, Delta9 travelers. What do you think about what's going on right here? Drop it into the comment section. And guess what? The hotline number is on the screen, so persons that would like to call in can do so as well. Pick up to all the travelers live with us right now.
We have the management and staff of the Transport and Harbors Department that are contacting all 133 families. Everybody who's on board got a family, and we're trying to reach out to find the family. And while that is happening here, the similar thing is happening at Port Kaituma as well as Pomeroon. So as soon as we have details of the names of persons who are being rescued, if they are hospitalized or they're good to go, we have family members who could contact and say, this is the status of your family. As you can see, people are already emotional. We had to send for medical services to assist because of the trauma, and we're trying to get our best done. But the important thing here right now is to get to the families of all 100.
Greetings, you're on to Delta9 Media Live.
Passengers.
Delta9 Media, blessing of this family, blessing of the my prayer goes out to those on that family, and real sad the country, and there's just a lot of things going on.
Yeah.
But one thing, what is freaking out with Chinese people, when you cross in any boat and them thing, we just take things for granted, like a simple like jacket. Instead of we wearing like jacket, we put it in front. A lot of people wearing this jacket, me want to wear this jacket. So buy your own jacket and take it into the boat. You understand? Simple thing like jackets we don't want to wear. And I always know one thing, bro.
Yeah.
And people are laughing when I go in these boats. I just untie my lacing of my shoe. And
that is something
important.
Yeah, very important.
That is something important people don't realize because
your shoes have you to drown.
Sneakers you wear or the boots you wear, wherever you wear, that could take you down because of the water going in it. And people laugh me something I take off my boots or my sneaker, wherever, you know. And people laugh me, I really got to take off the foot. It doesn't matter. Those are safety precautions.
We just hope that they find as many persons as possible. Let's hope that as many persons as possible were practicing.
Because there's a lot of babies, and children that be on those vessels, man, you know.
Rough.
It's a lot. And then we don't have like jackets for those babies. I saw the Coast Guard was handling a baby. The baby looked like 4 months, 5 months, you know. They could tell how much more babies was on there because a lot of babies plus little kids, you know.
Yeah.
It's so sad.
Yeah, bro.
I want to know if when you're going on those boats, if you have to document your names and those things. That's another important stuff. I don't really know.
Yeah, that's a good question, but seemingly there's some information that persons have because they are able to contact the family. So more than likely they have some amount of information.
Okay.
Yeah.
But people got to stop stringing about PPC and PNC and APNO and say, this is a national
No. This thing ain't got nothing to do with nobody. And I'll be very
Groom saying she got to delete some of them and block some of them. You know, white people are going to do this when we have a disaster or
bro, I think I'm gonna take
my heart goes out now, my prayer goes out, you know.
Yeah.
God knows that they're gonna find any woman alive.
Definitely. Big up yourself, King. Thanks for calling in. Yeah, let's keep this neutral. Let's realize that all of us, the rain is falling on all of our roof today, boy. Because look at how many of our brothers and sisters got to go through it because of these developments right here. So we ain't playing no politics on Delta9 Media when it comes down to this. And we ain't playing no blame game, but we will highlight all the details right here. You understand? Big up to all the travelers and everybody that's a part of the live right now. Jeffrey, I see moderation is in the live. What's going on? That is the thing. With Guyana, they wait for something to happen. He should not talk. I'm telling you. Tallulah, thanks for tuning in to the live presentation. Good morning to all my Guyanese brothers and sisters. Let's pray for those who were on board that ferry and their families. Yeah, rough times, rough times, Tallulah, and thanks for being a moderator, plus for dropping that insightful piece of commentary into this live presentation, right? Jeffrey's asking a powerful question there. Was alcohol on board? I would say more than likely. Listen, there's a lot of things to be analyzed about this, and the developments will keep coming in. We had a chance earlier in the live, Jeffrey, to hear from a couple of persons that were actually a part of what went down, and I'm guessing as we move forward, we're going to get a chance to hear from more persons that are a part of the 63 persons that they were able to rescue so far. So far, we're hearing 60-something plus persons rescued. We want to hear if them numbers that go up, if them numbers could go all the way up to one something. You understand? Listen, it would be a better Sunday than if these numbers stay low, like we would have been hearing 50 and them thing, you understand? I'm thinking the numbers gone up though. I'm hoping the numbers keep climbing. Brothers are out there, sisters are out there doing the work to rescue as many persons as possible. So we're sending them all the energy that we can from right here on Delta9 Media on this international digital connection. Let we go. According to the minister, the important thing is contacting the family. The important thing is to stamp out corruption. Those boats should have been upgraded years ago. Let we go saying, hey, them boats, them supposed to gone years ago. What y'all think about that, Delta 9 travelers? Drop it in the comment section and call it in. Let me hear some more from the minister.
And 17 crew members. So if we have not yet been able to get you on the phone and you know that your family was on the boat, please get to us here so that we can get your details and we'll be able to get the information to you. So far, we have more than 6 to 7 persons that have been rescued, and that is the numbers that have been coming from the commander of the Coast Guard, who's out there coordinating even with the private sector. That number we expect it to go up with what is happening. It's now day, we are seeing better, we're able to go wider, and all the assets that are out there, it's a search and rescue operation that is taking place. And we pray that we'll be able to find everybody. And that's what we're doing, and we hope that the good people of Guyana, this Sunday, will put good thoughts and positive thinking out. This is the time where all of us should be concerned, and we want to make sure that everybody is accounted for and everybody is served.
Thanks a lot, sir. Okay, we're talking there with the Minister of Works, Bishop Juan Edgel. This is the situation down here at the Umanayana. You have the relatives of many of the passengers who were on board that vessel coming here for information. The minister saying that persons who they may not have been able to contact as yet, you can make your way down if you're in the Georgetown area to the Umanayana. This is where they have the manifest, and so they'll be able to start providing information on those persons who are on board the vessel. An update from the minister, we're hearing that there are now just over 6 to 7 persons who were rescued. That is the latest update. 6 to 7 persons rescued, and they're trying to get more information. Of course, you know, it's very emotional here. We have families who are trying to get information on their relatives who were on that ferry from Georgetown to Port Kaituma when the tragedy struck just after 11 o'clock last night. That ferry capsizing and began to sink. That's when they received the first distress call, and the rescue and search mission began. The latest information so far is that just over 6 to 7 persons have now been rescued. That's a slight increase from the 53 we heard about 2 hours ago from the ministers. So that is some more good news with this tragedy. But they're asking persons who may have had families or loved ones on board the ferry, if they have not been able to contact you as yet, they're asking for you to make your way down here to the Umanayana because this is an information center that has been set up where they're trying to provide information. They have the manifest here of all the passengers on board. And so you see persons are coming in and they're trying to provide information to the relatives of those persons who were on board the ferry at the time of the tragedy. The minister reminding that we need to keep those persons in our thoughts and prayers. The rescue operation is still ongoing. They have sent for medical teams here also because, of course, families are dealing with this tragedy this Sunday morning, and so you have persons here having their blood pressure and blood sugar tested as they deal with the tragedy and the uncertainty surrounding many of their relatives. But the latest so far is that just over 6 to 7 persons have been rescued. That is the latest from the Minister of Works. They're meeting directly with the family members here. You see family members still gathered here awaiting information. We have Member of Parliament for the Guyana movement, Amanza wasn't is here down here trying to assist. She worked for many years with Marit, I think it was, aviation and maritime, and so she's down here trying to see what assistance she can offer. But you have a number of government officials here also meeting with the family members and trying to offer as much assistance as they could. But as you heard, this is the Umanayani is the center that has been set up, and so they're asking for persons in the Georgetown area, if you may have had relatives or friends who may have been on board this MV Barima ferry that departed Georgetown yesterday afternoon around 3 o'clock on its way to Port Kaituma. You can come down here to the Umanayana. They have the manifest here. And so they're trying to gather information on those people and share that information with the family and with the other relatives gathered here. But of course, you can imagine the situation right now. Many persons are distressed because of this tragedy. 133 persons were on board at the time of the tragedy. Late last night, just after 11, you had the 17 crew members and 116 passengers. Many of those passengers, as we heard earlier today, included children. But it is a very, very tragic situation. And of course, on this Sunday morning, our thoughts and our prayers are with the family and friends of those who were victims of this tragedy. Again, the latest update we are getting, 67 persons rescued so far. That's an increase from the 53 we heard from earlier. So that number has now gone up to 67 rescued so far. That is the latest that we have seen, we have been able to get from the Minister of Works. We've also seen them bring some medical teams across, and those medical teams, of course, rendering some assistance to those persons who are dealing with the stress of this situation. You know, you see lots of families coming out seeking information.
Jeffrey, that's a powerful point you're making there, buddy. That's a powerful point you're making there, Jeffrey. When I'm compiling the presentation, I'm gonna try my best to find good news as we move forward, because it seems like there's so much abundant headlines that has put your vibe in I'm telling you about, hey, it's crazy. This one is a hit hard, because we know that throughout the entire week next week, we're going to be hearing developments about this one transcended and this family member and how many family members. And listen, it's going to be condolences, condolences, condolences.
Seeking information on this tragedy. And the uncertainty, you can tell, is getting to many of them, because as much as they're trying to get us information, they're not being provided all the information so far, but they are being encouraged to come down here so the information could be shared.
Carolyn, thanks for being a part of the live. Now, Carolyn is saying long ago, you had to produce some form of identification when traveling with these boats, and the senior citizens had to pass with their names, had a pass with their names. Yeah, as we heard, Minister Edgell was highlighting that they have a manifest. So they have some amount of information that, you know, would help them to identify the persons that are on board, right? Big up yourself, Ruben. I to see the nines coming through, meaning that I'm coming through clearly and persons can hear me all over the world. Thanks for tuning in to this international digital connection. Joseph, what's going on? Joseph is saying willful neglect. I'm telling you, let's hope that's not the case. Let's hope that's not the reality, because I don't think the persons who are willfully neglecting what was going on with the MV they're not able to live this one down no time soon, because persons are not going to allow them to live this one down no time soon, given the magnitude of this tragedy right here, right? Jeffrey saying, why Guyana Coast Guard don't stop this boat and make sure everyone's safe in there? Didn't stop this boat, I'm telling you. There's so many questions that persons are asking, Jeffrey. I'm telling you about it. Hey, a lot of persons are asking questions about what's going on with the upkeep of the boat and how long this boat had recent maintenance and if it was still seaworthy, right? Or if it had issues. A lot of things are being analyzed and the details and the updates are going to come in. And we can keep everyone abreast with them as fast as we can and as neutral and as efficient as we can right here on Delta9 Media. So I thank all the persons that are subscribed. Let's hear a little bit more from what's going on at the Humaniana before we go into some more details about what's going on right here.
Again, we're coming to you live right now from the Humaniana, which is sort of a resource center that they have set up to liaison with family members of those persons who were on board the MV Barima ferry. Of course, you should know by now, or in case you're now joining us, that ferry left Georgetown just after 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon on its way to Port Kaituma in Region 1. That's the Barima Winey region. And as the ferry was making its way there, just off the coast of Anna Regina, we were told the ferry encountered some problems and capsized, started to sink. And a search and rescue operation was initialized once the distress signal was received by the Temeri control tower. That's what we were told this morning. And the search and rescue operation went into force just after that. The latest update from the Minister of Works, Bishop Juan Edgil, at this hour is that so far they have been able to rescue just over 67 persons. That's the latest number he has provided with us. They're asking for persons to come down to the Humaniana who may be relatives of the passengers on board because they have a copy of the manifest there. And so they're going to get the names from their relatives too and check it against what they would have in the manifest and then provide details as the details come in from the Essequibo area about those who were on board the ferry, those who were rescued. But as we heard so far, just over 67 persons have been rescued.
Simple reason being, they are being moved from the area to get closer inland. The Minister of Health, Dr. Frank Anthony, is leading up a massive health response in both Regions 2 and Region 3. Medical personnel are on standby to treat and to deal with all on arrival. The Civil Defense Commission, by nature of its own task and mandate has been operationalized, and they are lending support in this matter. Regional leaders in both Regions 2 and Regions 1 and Region 3 have all been mobilized to work in coordination with the various stakeholders out there. Some of our ministers are on the ground. Minister Frank Anthony has already been in Essequibo before the break of day. Minister Indar has joined the search party out in the ocean. Minister Ramraj has been coordinating with the people on the Essequibo coast, getting vessels. The entire cabinet was activated once I reported the incident, and it has been a massive government response. And I want to say thanks to all of my colleagues, as well as to both the state and private sector agencies that have responded. We want to ensure that every family that is concerned to have the information that they need. So immediately, as information become available, the Transport and Harbors Department staff will be going through the manifest with the families as information become available, inform them of status. But that information must be treated with care, because we have to be certain before we divulge that. So that's where we're at. And I did ask the coordinating center, is there anything else that can be done or should be done to ensure that this search and rescue is effective? And after we have gone through and brainstormed everything, we are satisfied that everything that could be done, should be done, and was able to be done was done. Government has been able to do what was necessary. So we want to assure the public that everything that can be done, should be done, or should have been done was done. And we are continuing that at this time. So thank you. Ready? Ready to speak?
Greetings, you're on to Delta9 Media Live.
Morning, sir. Calling in from the state, from Maryland.
Mm-hmm.
You want it? It's so hard that you gotta watch these things happen. What happened to the maintenance on these boats, man? What happened to the maintenance on these boats? Is this government means to do sacrifice of poor people in Guyana? This boat taking in water for years. They're not pulling them off of the shore and go fix these boats. You're taking in more than what it come pushing out. Fix the blasted boat that people get to travel freely and live nice, man. Why you keep doing sacrifice all of these time? Why they keep doing sacrifice on the next thing? That shouldn't be bored when they get in the middle of Georgetown, sir. Somebody needs to throw a lasso around that thing and pull it off of it. Because these things people are passing and looking, and they are keeping their mouth shut. The government is the iniquity. The government are into iniquity. So anybody who pass and look at the jumbie board, they're not going in the streets and protest. And the thing is they catch our leader first, Mr. Norton. He's the first man come out and say he's not going to deal with protest and street protest because the jumbie board don't twist up his head. Now they try to take one to Linden. Because Linden now being the most rebellious in Guyana. So they're taking one to Linden now to quiet the Linden people. But Linden people ain't gonna stand for that shit. They will not, this is not the country pleasant. This is not a peacock. That is a junk crew they put there, bro. It's a canning crew they put there for people pass and look, to put people on the spell. That is my 2 cents, man. You could comment about that, sir.
Big up yourself. Thanks for calling in and dropping those insights.
One love, brother. One love.
Insights coming in from persons as they analyze these details. The same body. Maintenance might be the cause. Recently, we would have highlighted a vessel that was taking on water and persons were bailing it. But luckily, no fatalities or the vessel didn't sink. Then another situation at a dock recently. I don't know if persons remember, that was an accident. It was viewed as an accident. A number of persons, I think persons would have lost their life in that situation, right? I stand corrected if I'm wrong. But they open up the part of the boat and fumes and stuff like that come out, causing some persons, I believe, to lose their life. And you know, we keep hearing about these things all the time. And we analyzing the persons that are in authority. What's really going on? What is really going on? As you heard the caller before highlighting certain details about things that persons might try. But I'm gonna say this, caller. There's nothing more powerful than your own conscious focus. So when persons understand their self and they're staying focused on their own present divinity, they're not misled by, you know, a lot of these things that persons might use to mislead people into trapping your mind into them same iniquity or autoquity that they're dealing with right now. There's so much things to analyze about it. Greetings, you're on to Delta9 Media Live. Yeah.
Another thing of concern.
Yeah.
Remember, the waters and that's fine out too. So you have to know exactly how much is Guyanese and how much is.
Yeah.
Those areas are very definitely and complex with a lot of fine. So, you know.
That's another complication too, because this is gonna have insurance implications. You understand? Because a lot of them policies and stuff like that is gonna have a lot of investigators, so that, you know, there's gonna have a lot going on with it. I'm telling you, it's just a sad situation all the way through now.
But when you listen to that distress signal, how can a captain tell a distress signal like that? I don't understand that. We thinking. You know, you thinking. Where are you thinking?
Yeah.
I don't understand. You don't know how to read the nautical miles and them thing where it's located and them stuff. Those are important information.
That might just be part of the message.
In the ocean.
That might be
I don't understand.
That might be a part that we hear. There might be more to it, you know, because I'm sure you have to send coordinates and stuff like that for them to originally locate them, unless they had a beacon on them.
But if you listen to the press conference,
yes,
what Jill said, he said the helicopter has to be searched and finding the area because they don't know what part of the area went. They didn't listen properly, we said.
Wow.
He didn't give a definitive direction like where to go. They said when they have the distress signal, they send out the rescue and the helicopter go and locate the thing, the vessel.
Well, I say something. Little reason on something before you jump off the line, right? Think about how simple
I really think I just wanted to know that if the pilot and the captain, if they had proper training, there is
but there's a simple fix, because if we think about it, right? These days, all you gotta do is share your location, right? And you should be able to have some type of device on board that should be giving you some amount of signal, so that persons will know where this vessel is, or maybe it's not equipped in that way. Listen, if it's not,
because the people that who went on fishing, they're supposed to always have that same device.
Yeah, that's sending a signal.
Because that's sending a signal to your location.
I mean, how would you know if you can't see that far in front of you that you wouldn't collide with something else?
Yeah.
You know, it's.
But for that, just taking water like that, that to be something of a rough nature though, because They just can't turn and capsize just like that.
Yeah.
Because it's the one system, you bam, bam, bam. When you do look, the thing capsize and water on him.
Okay.
So something went wrong somewhere the line.
Yeah, and I hope that we're able to get down to the bottom of what's going on. What do you think about the helicopters not being able to be a part of the rescue?
Yeah, that's a plus. That's a plus.
No, so what do you think about the helicopters not being able to be a part of the rescue?
No, that's one helicopter.
One was?
And then when the court asked Jill what happened to the other two helicopters, if it's not working, he has to find out.
Yeah, fine.
No, you have to find out
Nah, listen. Unless you got more than 50 helicopters, you shouldn't have find out what's going on with them.
Exactly. What you got find out that you use.
Supposed to know Guyana got 20 helicopters.
And here the emphasis is put in, his government people, all of them is on board.
Yeah.
All of them going back. He made the emphasis direct that all his government people are out there, you know. Yes. And that's just to show the level of dishonesty. You understand? Because at the end of the day, today is the thing of fallen heroes too. And Waljon was there, and other ministers was there. So I don't understand how he's saying all the ministers was at that thing. So again, so it's very, very, very sad. I hope that we find more than 6 to 7 and 40 plus still missing.
All right, now I still hoping, like France before the 5th goal score on them. I still hoping that they could find. Even if it's 115, you understand? Even if it's 115. I didn't know
what I said not about yesterday.
You understand?
I know you have a good Sunday. But I got Spain for this one, bro.
Yeah.
About Spain, 110%, my brother.
I ain't blame you. But to be honest with you, my brother, I will never go against them and see them again in a World Cup finals. I learned my lesson. I see enough. I see enough. Yeah. Thanks for calling in. I'm telling you, as we analyze these situations, hoping that 100 or more persons at least, because we know it's a tragedy, it's overnight, there might be casualties, but the least among the casualties. Greetings. You're on to Delta9 Media. Greetings, bro. What's going on your side?
All the loyal watchers of viewers and listeners. Yeah, man, they watched just today, not too long ago.
Yeah.
It made a notification, man. This is a bad thing going on there.
Yeah, bro.
But to say England done, it's not done, and this is just another start of the foolishness of the government. Because you have something like that, which you call a water taxi, right? That's what you call. Where you're not having an inspector goes and conduct and thorough inspection on these things. At least I wouldn't give you a thing. I say at least twice a year. To make sure these things are properly used of money and no value of life. People that own these things in the government, they don't care about the value of life. They don't care about who navigating this thing. They don't care about the practice. They care about how much money they make.
Yeah.
What do you think, Capsized? Is it because it was over the maximum weight and they wasn't distributed properly?
Could it be that they didn't have the right navigation equipment and they collided with something? Because we hear persons saying that they heard some type of collision, right? I don't know if you get a chance to hear the account from passengers that was on board.
And I didn't get it.
Yeah, it's a part of the live, the early part. I played it like the first part, the very
Okay,
first part
okay,
of the
yeah.
live. I give persons a chance to see that. I'm gonna bring it
I
back.
was up.
I'm gonna bring it back.
I was up in the building, you know.
I'm gonna bring it back so persons can hear from passengers
Yeah,
again. Cause we
but
almost an hour in, yeah.
it's so sad.
Bro, it's cold, bro.
So
It's cold, bro. When you think
right,
about it,
man.
because
But going in military is that all these guys is BS. I don't even trust nothing come out to these guys. All of the government people there, what are they doing? What is they doing? You understand what are y'all here doing? Y'all come when there's nothing cannot be done because the damage already finished happening.
yeah.
You guys, like I just started said, supposed to always have a thorough inspection on these water taxi. Even the taxi them in the street, y'all don't do nothing. Once y'all get paid, collect y'all money, y'all taxes, y'all whatever y'all collecting, renewal license contract. And once y'all get it, y'all don't care. Y'all have the owners them to thing, and the owners them most of the time they don't navigate nothing. They sit down and send people for drive and control.
But at this level, bro, we can't just look at this as no incompetence. This is criminal negligence, bro. Because you're talking about people's life, bro. Like we want to hear them bring Jim Cock, bring Ram Goat story with this one, This like sometimes it's really frustrating hearing the same conversation over and over about these things, man.
It was enough. This gonna be yesterday news just now.
Bro, this can't be yesterday news just now as long as Delta9 Media about. I telling you that. I get to highlighting it.
In me, hear me to tell you. In me and you thought and knowledge, it ain't gonna be yesterday. Now we are always
talking about people
but
like
for the people of Guyana, it's gonna be yesterday. Take it from me. If we want to come up with something and replace that, just like them guys like you were starting on that boat the last time with that pricing gas. Does yearly thing come out to that? It does. The man that's trapping within certain is what you call it again, the cave. And these things will be yesterday's news. Just now, bro. Just as Adrian and everybody. But Adrian is gonna always live because she was a God sent self for Okiga in his eyes. But some of them still sleeping.
If our eyes are not open to what's going on in our country, I don't know what we're waiting to see. I don't know if we think that anywhere else in the world right now is a bed of rose. Look at what's going on with that youth that was just unalive by his own friends. Right?
If you do,
I listen to you.
If you do a protest, right? If you not say one of people, it's going to turn out to be violent. Because why? These people going to infiltrate the protesters and create why some people they can't hold a composure at the same time.
Yeah.
So, and the people that frightened because they know how they feel, how angry they is, and if they go there, they're going to show it. And the people that don't put that fear in Guyanese head from since the 90s up until the 2000s, where they was killing Guyanese like ants and mosquitoes. So many are still ants now as they go back in power. They don't introduce it by the police and the sheriff department. Doing it. So Guyanese, they want to do such things, but take it from the fear of their life. If all we come out, all we get gone. If people get gone, one person alone could kill 10 of them.
I tell you.
So it's a fear within the Guyanese people that put in the Guyanese people. Why you think they walk around like a baseball or ball? Because they know they can't step. Guyanese is not going to step out the line because they're rather their life. So the simple thing they do, they lose their life. Much as to go and say they're standing up against the government.
Crazy.
They're bad. I mean, condolences to all the family, them, but them ain't finding normal living people for now. Majority of them people done wash out, they have no proper That's very light jacket like this for all these people that are supposed to have to accommodate at least 3/4 of the people on the boat. You know that.
Yeah.
Right
Thing. Big up yourself. Thanks for calling in. I'm telling you, insights coming in from persons highlighting their views about what's taking place right there with these headlines, Delta9 travelers. Right? Let me go saying Delta, it's an administrative issue. Plain and simple. Plain and simple. Greetings.
Delta9 Media, this is Rudranati calling.
Rudranati, what's going on? Thanks for calling in, bro. What happening?
Yeah, man, this thing in an extent at all. How do I use speed? Like jacket is speed both, but I use like jacket in this.
Yeah. And then we're going on with them having other vessels, you know, them little rescue boats and stuff like that would be connected to the bigger one, so that there's not so many casualties. Were there enough rescue boats connected to the big boat, so that persons would be able to, you know.
Well, me not contribute. Me not nobody story. Me just click on and me see how is where this happened in Georgetown.
Well, it happened somewhere en route to Barima.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's what like a boat transport.
The boat sank with 116 passengers plus crew, and so far they only found like about 60 something. So we're hoping that they find at least 100 plus persons alive, you know. But they only found 60 something, more than, let me say probably 70 something by now alive. So a number of casualties. Family is over by the Guyana and other parts of the country being informed about what's going on with their family members. There is a manifest of persons that would have went on board, and that's the sum of the development so far.
Now we hope the government can not monitor. We hope they can do something better for the boat people now. While driving the boat.
Yes. There's something going on. It got to be a maintenance issue. It got to be something, because when these boats are moving, they're supposed to be back and forth with a bit of base communicating all the time. You understand, man?
Okay.
And I think they should got rescue teams if it's a night, because it's nighttime. They was traveling, you know. Nighttime the traveling, nighttime, but you know it's nighttime on the ocean, and plus, you know, you sound like a man that might have went out and swim little days by yourself and feel the bun, right?
Guyana still thought what country is fighting and competing like America and stuff. They still move backwards, so you gotta expect all that stuff. All right, brother, take a next round, man. Continue.
Yeah, man. Thanks for calling in. Pick up yourself, Ruguna. And thanks for calling in and dropping them insights. Plus, for being a moderator right here on the live presentation, right? Look, there's so many things for us to analyze about that, but nonetheless, we want to say condolences again, because I know it's not going to be easy. We're going to be covering all the updates as they come in. As we heard from the minister saying that they're not putting out the names so far of the persons, but the names will be out eventually, and we'll be able to analyze what's going on eventually. Big up to all of the travelers that are live with us right now. Big up to all of those that are going to catch us in the rewind in the future. Let's hear some more from the press conference.
And they're picking up survivors even as we speak. Our hope is that we continue, as the minister mentioned, with the daylight hour, because most will pick up the earlier number during the hours of darkness, that we're able to pick up and rescue a substantial amount, or if not everyone that is unaccounted for us thus far. Additionally, the vessels went out with a lot of life jackets, life floats, and life buoys to help support persons who might be in the water, so that they can, grab hold of these until they can actually be rescued, because every minute counts. So if we can just give someone a few minutes, a few seconds to hold on to something, we have those additional resources on all the vessels that we sent out. That is all I have for now on PM.
I would like to reiterate at this stage that
Yes, I was saying I would like to reiterate at this stage that this is an ongoing search and rescue operation. And we have to follow the protocols. We are not giving out any names of persons who were rescued so far. Right? They were taken to a medical facility, right? A charity, and they are under the care of our medical doctors, and that operation is being led by Dr. Frank Anthony. After that initial medical care, then we'll be in a position to release people and to release names. Okay? Also, as I mentioned before, and I think Bishop mentioned, we have 2 centers that were established in Region 1. And through those centers, we will be in touch with the relatives, right, the family members of the people who were on board the vessel. So we are not releasing any names at present. We are focused on rescuing people who are on board the boat.
PM, just to add that the Transport and Harbors Department staff would remain here for the rest of the day in an ongoing exercise to engage with any family that requires information. This has become Guyana, a center where we will be communicating and engaging with family members in Georgetown. And similarly, this boat was bound for Port Kaituma. A similar center is being established in Port Kaituma. So there will be no drought of information. Or still with the manifest, will be able to interface with family members seeking information. That information will become available as soon as it could be verified. We don't want to put out anything out there that is not accurate.
Thank you, Bishop. So you heard that 3 centers, 1 here at Guyana, 1 at Port Kaituma, and 1 at Pomaka, Mabaruma area, right? Those are the 3 centers.
Yeah. Oh. No, just this morning. Good morning to you. This morning I'm speaking about Moses. Check news source. It's all over the news.
Big up to all the travelers live with us as we update ourselves with all of these details on this tragedy. MV Barima sinks with 116 passengers plus crew. So far, last update, almost 70 persons rescued so far. Tragic morning. Cheryl is highlighting this. Big up yourself, Cheryl. And thanks for being a part of the live, plus a frequent traveler over here at Delta9 Media. The government needs to stop it with all the unnecessary press conferences at the table, looking like they lost. Ask neighboring countries for divers. They can pay for their services. Guyana has no rescue. The land of many waters has no rescue. I'll say that again for emphasis so that they can hit me in the chest. Right? The land of many waters, a country with more than 300 islands, trillions of dollars in a budget, but none budgeted and allotted for a diving team, a rescue team, so that in these types of situations, we would have some amount of help waiting, right? Greetings, you're on to Delta9 Media Live.
Yeah, but there was in the comment section that get rescue from different countries. By the time the rescue get there, the people that go float out go farther. You don't think so?
Well, it depends on how fast persons are able to come over because watch, this happened last night, like after 11 going into like 12 o'clock time, right? Let me say that request was sent out around that time. They should have persons there within 2 to 3 hours, depending on where they would have called, because they would be coming in by helicopter, you understand?
Yeah, because I know a company that was tourism in the Mara River and them was got people behind them. Once people left on the boat, I watch over them, but me and understand how this happened.
Bro, I just can't wait to hear more updates on this because this is very baffling. What happened with the Coast Guard that's usually monitored as well, you know? What happened with the Coast Guard and other persons that is usually be monitoring these vessels when they're out in the night time? And how many persons were available to do the Coast Guarding at that time? Were there enough persons to make sure that more persons could have been saved overnight? Did they have the right equipment? Did they have lights and jackets and other flotation devices to help save more lives? What was the limitations that they might have faced? And a number of questions. I know a number of persons that are we going to try our best to update ourselves with all of this information. Big up to all of the travelers live with us right now. We're going to analyze the details as they come in. And we're going to let's see what's going on with the poll. I think moderation has a question lined up. Do you believe an 80-plus-year-old vessel like the MV Barima should still have been carrying passengers? No, decommission the vessel. Yes, if maintained and logged. Greetings, you're on to Delta9 Media Live.
Remember when our best cop put forward that initiative and said Guyana need what? You can remember that? What he said?
No, I remember exactly. What was it? What was it?
When the water was coming over on the sea wall, and then the same agents say, oh, they get system in place and they get this in place and that in place. Remember what the thing Pop said? We need a risk strict management because at the end of the day, we need a disaster management properly. We need a disaster management thing. And that is what we are going to have. A response. What is the response timeline?
Yeah. That's the same point. That's the same point. That's the same point Grenard was raising just now. We were saying if you call divers, how long they can take to come, you know?
Exactly. Because our top cop also mentioned it, bro. If God forbid that the soldiers come in and start out a thing in Guyana, what emergency risk we have? Where are we gonna put casualties? Where are we gonna go and assess takeout? You know, and that is the thing Guyana don't have. And we talking, we have everything in place. We put system in place. What system we put in place? We don't have a risk assessment management.
You know, it's one thing I learned right in
GT. That's what we need to establish.
One thing I learned right in GT, and this is a thing worldwide. You know, what's the Cub Scout motto? Be prepared. That's the Cub Scout motto. And it seems like the brigadier might have forgotten that motto in this case because it seems like we were very unprepared.
What the top was referring to. What is the risk management they have in place? They don't have anything. He was alluding to the same thing if Venezuela come over and start the thing. What system we need in place to put our people them in safe way? If the sea wall collapse, what system we have in place for emergency risk assessment? What system we have?
Well, we could see in the land of many waters, we don't have divers. And with 300 plus islands, we don't got a rescue team, water rescue coast guard team that is effective enough to pull 100 persons out of the water at a snap of a finger if needs be, or not as fast as a snap of a finger, but to deal with an emergency of that magnitude, you know?
Yeah, because at the tone of darkness, a lot of things gonna go on monitor because
Yes.
if you're wearing black, eventually you can get knocked out. Eventually you might die at that time, but you have on black and you might be seen. But that time you might die, so at that time now you might be seen now.
Bring it back to the same conversation you was talking. Bring it back to the same conversation you was bringing earlier. Where is the precautions? Persons wearing the orange life vest.
Exactly.
Persons wearing the orange life vest. And some of these life vests, they've got a light that is activate when it touch water. I don't know if that's the ones that, well, let me not say that they don't have it, but they are
I was seeing the Coast Guard was wearing those.
Yeah.
That has lights on it.
Yeah, when you touch water, when it
But
touch water.
again, when you go in these vessels, you don't put on life jacket. You don't put on life jacket when you're going on these double deck you put on life jacket when you're going across onto things in the speedboat. They're going to put on life jacket. So he having 200 something like jacket. Everybody don't have on life jacket. Only people don't know about things when they put on life jacket. But 85% of people don't put on life jacket, my brother. And then you fetch cargo on that vessel. Now the cargo, the next thing could knock you on and kill you too. You might be drowned at that time, but the cargo could knock you and your thing too. You know, that is another thing too.
Yeah, cargo slip off and jam.
But what are the response? What are the response? Risk assessment.
Yeah.
We don't have that. We don't have that. And that is the problem with Guyana. All the government put in place to get this, to get that. Now a major thing happens on the bridge. We don't have a risk assessment on the bridge. Now we can't come piling up on car. What are the risk management? We don't have that. But we put things in place. We always put things in place. But when it comes to take it out of place, it has been up before it reached.
Crazy.
Anyhow, it's very sad, very sad.
Big up yourself. I'm telling you, sad times as we analyze what's going on right here with our brothers and sisters on the ground right now. Woke up this morning to the news about the MV Barima, right? I mean, I could stand corrected, but I know that the first person that I saw was Minister Ejil highlighting some brief details on what was taking place. And it was kind of like, I'm hoping that it's some type of wrong thing I hear in it. So I refresh and I listen again. And I say, oh, jeez, this is going to be a terrible week moving forward. We're going to be giving updates about this one phone and that family member. It's going to be so much sad moments moving forward this week. You know, and then here we go with all the new developments, all the updates and everything that's coming in. The poll on the question right now, though, is do you believe an 80-plus-year-old vessel like the MV Barima should still have been carrying passengers? Right? 46% is saying no. Decommission the vessel. Now, 14% is saying yes if maintenance logs certified. So if the maintenance log certifying the vessel and the vessel got a certified maintenance log showing that everything is maintained how it should be, never mind the years of the vessel is seaworthy and it's maintained upkeep correctly, then 14% is saying, yeah, it could still, be used. Now, 36% is saying that replace the entire domestic fleet. 36% is saying they should replace the entire domestic fleet. That's almost half of the persons that participated in this poll. Big up yourself to all the travelers right now. This is the poll that's up on this live presentation. Partake, Delta9 travelers. Let's get a chance to analyze from right thinking minds all over the world. What are the views of persons on this particular headline right here as we get some more details coming in from Honorable Brooms. Big up the entire ALP team. I see them out and about, headed over to that area as well to give us some more updates from the ground as we get these details coming in from the leader of the ALP, Honorable Simona Brooms.
The story about the boat. Yeah. Oh. No, just this morning. Good morning to you. This morning I'm speaking about Moses. Check news source. It's all over the news.
But heat, summertime.
Hold on now. You're talking about them bus was pull the string and the bell is ring. Ding, ding, ding. Ding, ding, ding.
All right. What is it? They replace the bus and they keep replacing after a certain amount of time. Regardless how much maintenance you try on that vessel after 80 years, there's gonna be so much going on that you may miss. That's why you replace them.
Yeah.
Because guys, you're doing a waterway, you know. It's not like the road, you know. Even the car on the street, water is more dangerous. Because the vessel sits in the water all the time. You don't have to take it out of the water. You got to go through the vessel proper, you know. Then you need to change the navigation equipment, upgrade it to the time that we could able to send location efficiently and do a lot of things. A lot of things, invest in a new one. That's to upgrade that.
Yeah.
You see?
A country known as the land of many waters supposed to got a number of vessels. We supposed to take in pride in the amount of vessels that we got and the fact that we could navigate our whole country by the waterways, right?
You know what in the end, even though land of many water, and they get proper navy.
I'm telling you, playing games.
Land of many water.
Yeah.
This is where you see the ignorance of government who is governing the country.
Yeah.
The ignorance. You have the money, bro.
That's the thing.
You could create a navy.
That's the thing. They can't say, oh, we're a small nation, we don't have the funds. We got it. Do it. Keep our brothers and sisters safe. Keep them in a situation where when they're going on a boat in the night time, they're confident knowing that within an hour of that vessel is always some possible other vessel that can come in and do some emergency rescue or even an emergency evacuation if a person needs immediate help and other things. It's so serious and it's so simple of a solution.
Yeah. I want you updated the update yesterday to the I know if you're gonna bring that topic on tomorrow, but I'll wait till for see, bro.
Which update?
The topic with the guy there that they fired.
Oh, yeah, that's rough, bro.
That's a serious report.
Yeah.
I want to stray from the topic, but I want hopefully you bring it to that.
Yeah.
It's a serious thing. You just see in the depth of corruption, the depth of bullying, the depth of don't care like what just happened.
Yeah.
Bro, these people in care, remember the family don't go on these things, so this family is not in the education system, the public education system.
You know what's the good thing about it?
Don't go to the private doctors and hospitals.
You know what's the good thing about it? The persons that care are the persons with the power. And these are the said persons that are affected. But you know the hurdle that is holding us back? Division. racism, classism, and all kind of other connections to this party and the party when the country going down the drain and we acting like we don't see what's going on.
Bro, I grew up as a PNC man in Guyana.
Yeah.
But when I get big and understand politics, is a trick to the politics, and if you don't understand the trick, you are always caught up battling the politics.
That's the game.
But I get to understand the trick of it. It's not about what party you grew up in. It's who stands for what you believe in, and for you and the people that live next to you, the people that walk near to you, the people that walk with you, the people that sit in the hospital near you waiting to get treated. That's what matters. And if your party you grew up with is not showing that, what you call it,
then they don't care about
they care, you gotta look to see which candidate is best to you and the people them around you. Not you alone. And that's the problem in Guyana. Everybody is for themselves. And nobody stand up and say, yo, I'm a PPP, but I don't like it. You know, people coming out saying it now.
My day be victimized just like the person you was referencing. You understand? So that might be a situation.
Get up and stand up.
Yeah.
Yeah, you said get up, stand up. Stand up for your right.
Real thing.
Equal rights and justice.
Real thing.
You see? Don't fight to freedom. Fight to be free, because you cannot be free and dumb at the same time because something go wrong right there.
I'm telling you.
Wow. Idealist, man.
One love. Thanks for calling in. And for dropping those insights with us. I'm telling you, persons analyzing it, you know, we sussing out what's going on, Delta9 travelers. We are analyzing the details to this most tragic list of headlines. 116 persons on the MV Barima. The vessel would have sunk overnight. Now we're getting updates coming in from the ground. Let's hear some of these insights. Go right ahead, moderator. Let that one.
Good morning, Ms. Elena Munsami. Can you tell me what occurred, what you understand? I understand you're a survivor, so can you just give me your account of what happened?
Yeah. This thing happened within seconds. This boat met a wave come and like this boat met a one camp, and right away they saw the water rushing. And the boat was well packed at the back with boats. So I had a Korean baby with 6 other kids. And the box cover we down because this boat is no time. This boat taking with water. This boat cover we down.
Wow. Wow.
Take out and I had to do a fight for the life. I always tell them I couldn't see them all and don't come down. I tried to talk on top like wait for them. They really make it out. And then I see a spray box. And I see another lady fighting. So I guess you come hold on here. And that was it. And 7 of them are last. 5 years and 2 by.
Greetings. You're on to Delta9 Media Live. Pull that one back from the top false moderation. We're going to listen to that after the call. Yeah, Carl, you're live with us.
Yeah, Delta, and next thing too, there was pack them, there was overload them both. The government got nothing in place for them for where they both. Like how much tons how much tons you can carry?
How much tons is going on? Yeah.
Yeah. She said just now the boat went overload a pack, but that like a small ship, but they just showed it.
Yeah.
Listen,
there's so much going on. Yeah, man. Big up. Yeah, there's so much going on with this. Are these vessels being weighed? Are they following the right protocol? Given the fact that it's the night time, is the last one for the weekend, or the last one for the night. Who knows? Who knows? But guess what? We are gonna make sure we follow all the updates and all the insights coming in from the passengers, as many of them as that are willing to share their story. And even those that are willing to come live so that they can present or so that they can address thousands of persons globally, right here on Delta9 Media. Then we analyze some more of this tragic situation. Details coming in from persons that were on board the MV Barima. Let's hear some of these details.
Morning, Miss Elena Munsami. Can you tell me what occurred, what you understand? I understand you're a survivor, so can you just give me your account of what happened?
Yeah. This thing happened within seconds. This boat met away from and like this boat met a one camp and right away they saw the water rushing. And the boat were well packed at the back with box. So I had a Korean baby with 6 other kids.
100% wild-crafted sea moss. Only the best, because you deserve nothing less. 8 Butterfly.
8 Butterfly Sea Moss Powder. Take your daily routine to the next level. Natural vegan superfood powder. Essential multivitamin powder made just for you.
Morning, Miss Elena Munsami. Can you tell me what occurred, what you understand? I understand you're a survivor, so can you just give me your account of what happened?
Yeah. This thing happened within seconds. This boat met away from and like this boat met a one camp and right away they saw the water rushing. And the boat were well packed at the back with box. So I had a Korean baby with 6 other kids. And the box cover we down because this boat is no time this boat taking with water and this box cover we down. I try to grab him and baby, but the box take me out and I have to do some fight for my life. I always tell them I couldn't see them all in long come down. I try to talk on top like wait for them. They really make it out. And then I see a spray box. And I see another lady fighting. So they should come and hold on here. And that was it. 7 of them are last. 5 girls and 2 boys.
Oh my jeez. Y'all hear what's going on there, buddy? 7. Oh my jeez. Condolences. Condolences. You see what I'm trying to say? That it was going to be a sad couple of days moving forward. 7. Jeez, you me. So one family. Oh my. 7. One family. 7 people. Jeez. Delta9 travelers. Yeah, I hear that story there. 7 persons. Condolences to the family members and the loved ones. Oh my jeez. 7 persons from one family aboard that vessel. That's a lot of persons. That's a lot of persons. I don't even have 7 siblings. My condolences to the family members and the loved ones, and rising power to our everlasting energy. Now we're going to hear another account coming in from another person that was a part of that tragedy as well. Delta9 travelers, if you haven't already, please and thank you, thumbs up the live so that persons all over the globe will get a chance to hear these accounts from these persons, will get a chance to understand these details coming in and be updated about what's taking place in Guyana. Because this is beyond, buddy. Let's get into these details, moderator. Please and thank you.
Wayne. Kids. And Mr. Kids, can you tell me what happened while you were on the boat?
When all of we were sleeping, all of here this boat just can't pass and me and if you can back to the my phone and you gone. Everybody get thing like that. Yeah.
Were you the only person traveling by yourself, or did you have family on
Yeah,
board?
me and my girl and my daughter and our two and gone drowned.
They drowned?
Yeah, then I come.
They didn't find them as yet.
No,
Okay. And how old are you, sir?
it's 80.
18 years old. And where are you from? Where do you live?
It's Port Kaituma.
Port Kaituma.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Already was living.
And what injuries would you have received? I see you have your hands tied up.
Yeah, and slip out of the boat.
Any additional injuries?
And I get some pain in my neck and all around the skin.
And how long?
Wow.
In the ocean.
You're hearing these details, Delta9 Travelers. You're hearing these details. The person before this said that they lost 7 family members. This young brother on the screen, condolences to you, bro. Condolences to you. Jeez, bro. I could see that the impact of what happened didn't even register to you yet, you know, bro. It didn't even register to you yet. I know you're still in shock. Because at 18, to lose your child and the mother in that manner, oh boy, condolences, bro. I'm telling you. Let's hear this one again, moderator, so that persons can really understand these details and just how traumatic they are, right? And just how crazy this whole situation is. We analyzing all the details to this one, you know. We want to know if the vessel was maintained. We want to know all the details about the most recent maintenance. We want to know the lifetime of the vessel, how many other situations like this might have occurred. We want to hear accounts from persons that were on the vessel. We want to analyze it back and forth to see the story connecting. And listen, somebody, if there is negligence here, should face some type of criminal negligence charges, man. Oh my gosh, man. When this type of thing is going to stop? Let's hope that that's not the case. But this is still a tragedy nonetheless. 116 passengers plus the crew. Let's get some more details from one of these passengers right now.
Name? Wayne.
Kids.
And Mr. Kitts, can you tell me what happened while you were on the boat?
When we were sleeping, all of this boat just can't pass and me and if you can what's the best one you move on. Everybody get thing like that.
Were you the only person traveling by yourself, or did you have
the PPP needs to go. They failed the Guyanese people. They failed the Guyanese people. Corruption take over. Stealing the money. Their profit should not be on water. It was fun. Why they brought out this vessel to kill these people? I'm telling you that the tears of these people will be on the whole PPP family and the children. The cry, the sorrows of these people will be on them, man. I'm tired of the negligence of the PPP. I am tired of the selfishness of the PPP. They will not go on that boat and they leave the boat for other persons to support that boat just to get to Port Kaituma where they have to go. Without any thought or care for human life. This is not in their stop. They don't care. They don't care. They don't care. As the minister said, do not want the opposition politicians to go to be in solidarity with the people. What madness is that? She's a total failure.
Politics don't trump Guyanese. Guyanese trump politics, man.
Guyanese people want to be be in solidarity
We have to be.
with these people, and you locking people out. She needs to go home. Minister said with his wickedness and his son, have no fear for human life. And everything is swept out of this carpet. I'm tired of them. I'm tired of them, Delta. Thank you.
Thanks for calling in and voicing those views. You see, persons are like, it's very upsetting, It's very upsetting. It's very upsetting every time you gotta hear in these conversations. And then, if this vessel is indeed 80 years old, and all of these people lose their family members, that lady lose 7 of her family members, And this is man, listen, man. You're talking about a country that is one of the wealthiest countries on paper. What we do with the 80-year-old boat transferring 100 or something people in the night time and then get Coast Guard in closed vicinity. Them respect people's life. They don't respect people's life, man. Bro. Yo, greetings. You're on to Delta9 Media Live. Bro. Fighting back tears, bro. Fighting back tears, bro. 7, they lose 7 family members one time, bro.
Yeah.
And you talking about an 80-year-old boat?
I hope that they find some of them alive, man, hope they find some of them alive.
I hope so. I hope so too.
What? You see again, we have to bless our top cop, Remember when we had that flag raising at Port Landia?
Yes.
What was the thing that come out of that tragedy? What might have taken place like this?
You were saying
what's one of the things, guys?
Training.
No, not the training. Look at the capacity of people just jumping ship and going over into that thing.
Yes. Oh, you're talking about the boarding. Oh, I thought you were referencing the flag. Yeah.
No, look where the ambassador was standing in that crowd.
Yes,
I have to say that something broke out.
Yes,
they had no control of that. That is just to show you the security and risk management they don't have.
Bro.
And then we say, every time you ask the government about something, they get this, they get this. Now the family members need to sue the government for everything that they have, bro, because this is too much. How more time we the last our loved ones under tremendous circumstances like this, man?
Listen, I think persons need to stop having a weak approach to this foolishness, because it is not gonna stop. It is not going to stop. You're hearing it from a person that lived through the terrible times that is talk about, right? During the Phantom Squad and all of them things. It is not going to stop until persons do something about what's going on. Because as you can clearly see, them things still going on till now.
Our president went to the UK and stressing about whatever the thing is, the justice of black people and this and that. And he killing black people in our own country.
Bro, the man.
Referendum of justice in other foreign countries, and you killing black people in your own country. You cannot be a black in your own country, and you going for referendum of other country of slave and this and that. Yeah?
I see enough. If y'all ain't see enough, I see enough. Y'all could say I see more because I cover the media, but I see enough.
Look at dear brother. I was an incident yesterday, a pregnant woman and some other family member and things. The house got broke down, bro. And these people, look at these people who want and make the place to look like a place to live.
I tell you.
And they always go and broke down these people things and take these people things. And our president gets 150. All these ministers, their sons, wives, ex-wives, sister, all them get gold mines.
Thousands of acres.
And what's going on in the APC countries, my brother? Why they're not looking into Guyana situation? What happened to the ambassador of America?
Yeah.
When are these people going to take hold of Guyana?
Yeah. Yeah.
All these lights they're seeing coming forward, revelations, and then we black people them. I was looking at, why is bringing this now? Why is highlighting this now? You see what's going on there, sir? We own Skype, we own.
Yeah. There's views me like in the comments. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah. Yeah.
So people just looking at that thing, Joe.
Yeah. What you gonna do?
And missing the message.
What you gonna do, bro?
Bro, guys, we need to wake up, bro. We need to wake up. Look at England, my brother. 1 cent. Something raised in the market. It's big protest. It's big shutting down the country. It's big things. And look what's going on in Guyana. People starving, my brother. People hungry.
People are dying, bro.
I glad
People are dying on the
regular. An Indian girl come out and said, hello, she voted for PPP 2 times of her life. And she thought that Ali would have changed Guyana. I thought that myself to my brother because of the way I thought it was going.
Yeah.
I thought that too.
Yeah.
But Ali made a 360. And look at it, all of the Indian people supported them. Most of them reason right now that they made that big mistake to put him back here.
Well, there'll be a lot more persons grieving because, as we can see, there's a lot of tragedies coming in from this headline. Thanks for calling.
These countries need to step in, my brother.
We definitely do. We need some type of rescue team coming in from these countries to aid with what's going on right now, because there's going to be a lot of persons affected by this. And not just though. We put the prevention in place now, man. We got the funds. We got the youths. The country full of youths. Check out the statistics. Create a team of persons. An emergency team of persons. First responders. Right? Bring in some real helicopter that could work in these type of emergency situations, designated to different parts of the country, all in God in Georgetown. Safety is key because we're talking about health tourism, right? Safety is key. We can't talk about health tourism or no kind of tourism and they got vessels like this on the water. Y'all know what persons are gonna say when they hear this internationally. When I go GT, why if I go by me going put on them boat, yeah, see what happening over there. Greetings. You're on to Delta9 Media.
Yeah, Delta9, yeah, don't point where you said about get the youth to produce helicopter, but what they can do to their certain part in the place they can come like these are places where you can got a system where you can monitor these boats them and stuff when them are moving the water.
Yeah, we got the funds and we just gotta train people to do it, buddy.
Yeah, but the government not interested, and the government is interested in when they come out of power, they go pull them package and be coverage.
I think we could even use drones also as a part of this protocol with Coast Guard. There's so many things that we have access to, you know why? Because there's AI, there's advancement in technology, and we have the funds to do it. And Guyanese is not stupid people, buddy. We travel the whole world, and any part of the world you check we are always at somewhere at the top doing something great. We don't play around with life. We're serious about what's going on. So why is we country got to be running like this?
You know, there's problem too. They never tell these people who live in the diaspora to go back and live there. When they go back and live there, they have to be fearful of their life.
Listen, them insurance company would sue the bricks off of what's going on in Guyana because they're not going to be paying out all of that money. Thanks for calling in, Rue. Rue Grenard Singh, one of our insightful moderators. Yeah, they're not going to be paying out all of that money just like that. Somebody will have to compensate them. And let me tell you, there's a lot of implications coming in right there with international persons. Let's hear what Dr. Todd is saying right now about the situation.
tragedy. We will talk about that later in terms of what they could have been putting in place and being more proactive. We will talk about that later. But as we said as a party, we made the decision that that is not what we're going to deal with today. What we're going to deal with today is about support for the families and to ensure that we do everything in our power to get our family members. But I wanted to just highlight and to say to us simple things like these, where they have the family members. Some family members are scattered all over the place. Some of them gone walk Italy. If we were here and other members of parliament came to give their support and to get information, and we as government were not cooperating with them, I would have resigned, because I would have never wanted to be around a group of people who would exhibit that level of disrespect. Again, as a minister of government, you see your colleagues, members of parliament, who have constitutional roles that they play, who have important work as leaders of society. One of you should have been identified, even if they don't want to go in there. One of you should have been identified to say, I will go and I will brief my colleagues. I will say to them, I will reassure them that we are doing everything in our powers to ensure that the people are rescued. And these are the various information that we are sharing or disseminating at this point in time. This thing is about respect. But to have ministers of government hiding themselves in there and sending out messages to people to say here, block the members of parliament from coming. It's a grave disrespect, but it's not only a disrespect. They believe that it's a disrespect to us. It's a disrespect to this country, because you're saying only one set of leaders in this country must be involved in the receiving information or involved in solutions. That is not how you run government.
And why one knows what they gotta hide? What is there to hide about what's going on?
Or will never be a part
right? What is there to hide about what is going on that they're not gonna want all members of the politics? Man, wouldn't you want all members of the political collective hands on board so we could rectify this? This is a national crisis. This is not a game time or thing to play around with. This is what are we looking at here, boy? What are we looking at, Delta9 travelers? So, members of the opposition now not being allowed to meet with the persons that are affected by this national crisis at the Guyana and allegedly some other locations. Now, is this the time for us to be playing politics, man? This is a national crisis. This is a time for us to come together as a nation and analyze ways to make our systems better, make them work better for we, so nobody else ain't got to deal with things like this. Greetings, you're on to Delta9 Media Live.
No, sir, my first call, I want to know if you were very observant. Did you understand in my first call, when I mentioned something to you, referring to what, listen. Did you understand when I mentioned something?
Tell me back, cause we talk a couple of things since I've been live and it's like about 2 hours now.
I said to you that Mr. Echil was very frank in saying all of his ministers were
You did make that point initially. You did make that point.
Exactly, and that is what he reinforced to the audience, that all of his ministers was on deck. Oriel Wardron was on the King Larry. So I don't know which all of his ministers were referring to.
But the thing is this, we saw Honorable Amansa Walton Desir.
Yeah, she was there. She was there about.
Yeah, so what happened? What was the developments, or is only a Mansa that can't play around? Because I know Mansa don't play with him. I know, man. I know.
No, but
It's very disappointing.
that
Very
is just to show
disappointing.
the level of the CPP government.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah?
You can't play politics at a time like this. Now is not the time for it. It's not the time for it.
Exactly.
Very distasteful. Very opportunistic. Callous. It's crazy. Cold,
Yeah,
but
bro.
persons
The
with
man
their
is highlight.
family. Yeah.
The man, right now we ended this press conference for all ministers to go back on the ground.
Uh-huh.
The man is being very frank. He is saying the whole of Guyana need to go on the ground. He and his ministers need to go on the ground.
I know they got at least 100 capable swimmers right now that were glad for the extra job and extra training and an opportunity to serve their country. You know, and I know they got more than 100. But will they be paid and will they be adequately compensated with benefits as well for their services? Because we still hearing persons getting a fight on to even get a whole slot. You know? Big up yourself though.
Exactly, yeah, bro.
Thanks for calling in. Let's hear some more coming in from Dr. Todd because it's very unsettling when you're hearing that your brothers and your sisters, them in Guyana, going through things like this where one person come on and says 7 of them gone, she had a 2-year-old baby in her hand lash out, right? Another young brother come on and says 18 years old, I lose my child, my daughter, and the mother. I see them, both of them seems like if they would have drowned. Right? And people really playing politics with something like this? Do they really care? Is that how caring persons would operate? We all think Delta9 travelers. Call it in, drop it into the comment section. Call her on the 4 something area code that was just calling in. My apologies for missing your call. Give us a call back if you would still like to call in. The number began with a 4. That much I would have remembered from seeing you just calling in. All right, let's listen to what Dr. Todd is presenting right now. Greetings, you're on to Delta9 Media Live.
If you can't run the country, give it to the PNC. Oh yes. Oh yes, we go run it. If you can't run the country, give it to the PNC. Give the country to Mr. Dexter Campbell, man, Terrence Campbell. Give the country to Terrence Campbell. We have honest, legitimate people to run this country. Honest people who could make everybody live equally in this country, man. Why we be voting Guyanese people are really for real? They are going to put back these people in there? Not even Mohammed. It's going to be the same thing when Mohammed got even more worse. Put back PNC in there, my man. What would the country used to do back in the days?
Yeah.
Desmond like born up. Oh my God. Why Guyanese people love separation so much? All these Amerindian people were being on the boat. Y'all didn't even know what going on. Like, I put back these people in there. They're going to kill you out. They will kill you all out 1 by 1, 10 by 10. What's happening, man? You're the whole we. Nobody votes for these people. That's why they're going to be like that. Because nobody votes for them and they realize, oh, I ain't vote for me. You're going to do I have these in this 5-year rate. So they're grabbing for them. They're killing people. Man, what? For Campbell, the Terrence Campbell, the country for run, and they will live nice. Everybody go home for foreign and live happy, bro. Damn, if you doing yourself like this, as the John, you already said that you get some show people inside, you know. You see these people doing all of these things to you. You even come out on the road and say, well, protest. Come out. The last protest I remember we had was when 1997. There was this big blocking down a building and stuff on Region Street. They may want no more of these things, you know. That's why they put a zombie board there. That's why they put a zombie board there. Bro, I am very superstitious. Check what I tell you, the zombie board. They got still to Africa and bring the zombie board there. I ain't gonna lie. Till they're gonna bring the board, they're going to put whoever put in the board. Because when you pass and look the board, you go on the street and protest. And they catch you having nothing. Or because the first man come and say, street protesting, make it. You get catch. Give Dexter Campbell, give Terrence Campbell the country you run, man. Damn. So we get some change in the skills of Mohammed walk, taking Mohammed. Family need to just back is one of them too. That's my 2 cents on this, my brother.
Big up yourself. Thanks for calling in. Insights coming in from the travelers right here on the live right now. What are the travelers saying in the live? I'm telling you, we got more than 40 something comments coming in from the travelers right now in the live. Greetings, you're on to Delta9 Media Live.
Yeah, the guy said, the guy make a good point over, but the next person who can run the country is Mr. Dexter and V partners of those men are highly educated. Amanda Wealth and stuff.
Yeah. I think, to be honest with you, Rubenat, I think what we need is a change in the way that the country is run. I think the country need a collective, not just when you win, use the person with all the power to do everything, this, that, and the third. It needs to give out that power a bit more evenly to the political collective, so that the country is not so one-sided. Oh, when I win, I can do this for me own, and when you win, you can do that for you own, and fight down. It needs to stop. You can't look what's going on.
Yeah, because in the country, right? Places like Barbados, places like Panama, they run decent, and me don't understand how Guyana not learn from Barbados and all these kind of different places who more upgrade.
We're the generation to make the change, but we are the wheel right now, We're the generation of the wheel. We gotta make the changes. Yeah.
All right, brother. Keep on keeping.
Big up yourself, Ruben. Thanks for calling in and for being a moderator right here on Delta9 Media. Yeah, we need a different type of political system. The scholars like Dr. Hines, the scholars like Honorable Mr. Huge, Mr. Who else? There's a number of persons that I heard speak on it already, but I know two of the most recent persons that I heard expound on it is Mr. Huge and Dr. Hines as well. Those two political scholars, those two political leaders would have given insights on it. And a number of other persons spoke about it before, but their names will come to mind and I'll reference it right here as well. Andrew, we're going on. Thanks for tuning in. Andrew saying, man, you see how careless is the PPP? I wouldn't be surprised if they win again in 2030 because Guyanese not protesting. We need to protest 1 week or more. Rastaman, what's going on? Rastaman is saying enough is enough. Big up yourself, Roots. Thanks for being a part of the live. King David, one love every time. King David is saying, we're to mourn all these lives lost. I'm telling you, we're black to mourn all these lives lost. Real thing. We got to stand as a nation in solidarity. This one is going to hit hard, I know a lot of persons are now coming up or now coming to grips with what's really going on with all of these updates. It's a Sunday. I know usually persons got so many other things that they're partaking in on a Sunday afternoon, right? It's by the people, for the people, of the people. Goal we should be working to achieve. Real thing, Guyana. We definitely got to make sure we put the right persons. Big up yourself, Rasta Empress. Thanks for dropping those insights. Plus for moderating right here on Delta9 Media. Big up to all the moderators live with us right now. All the frequent travelers live with us. All the new travelers live with us in this presentation. Did you take a couple of seconds, Delta9 travelers? Check and see if you have already. Thumbs up the live and subscribe so that you could stay connected with everything going on in Guyana and in the diaspora. It costs you nothing, but it keeps you connected with everything trending in Guyana and in the diaspora. Plus, Team Samsung keeping us connected don't matter where in the world Delta9 Media is located. Team Samsung, Team Delta9 Media, right? We do a lot of editing on Samsung devices. Gotta shout them out every time. There we go. It's saying trillions are being rerouted instead of being injected into critical areas. Powerful point. And I think that's going to be a point that a lot of persons are going to be highlighting. 80-year-old vessel traveling in the nighttime, no coast guard close by. Has this vessel been maintained? What are some of the implications of using an 80-year-old vessel to transport so many people over the nighttime in a tropical region? What is going on with this vessel? How can we really find this information? People gonna be asking them things. There we go. I'm telling you, a lot of conversations behind this one, because this tragedy is one that we will be talking about for a long time to come. Guyana don't care about old boat. Them rotten wood speedboat covered by paint in Guyana. In Guyana best. I telling you. Stephen, I think even if we didn't care, or if some persons didn't care, more persons are gonna care now. Right? The other way now.
Yeah, my buddy, you could remember just recently a boat blew stopping in the water where a lot of people get soaked up and have to go over to another boat. Just the other day, my brother.
No, I don't.
Them boats go to Bartik on them area though. Yes,
I don't
just the other day.
I don't remember covering that particular.
The boat just left shore.
Yeah.
And the boat started taking a set of water.
And it was a public.
And then people had to jump. Another boat had to go and rescue them people.
And it was a public vessel.
Yeah.
Well, look at that. I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna find it and bring it. I'm gonna find it and bring it as an added update. Or send it as a message.
Just to show you. This is just to show you, bro. There's nobody monitoring these vessels correctly. Everything is just pay money and get everything done, my brother.
And you know it was one of the laws of thermal. You know it was one of the laws of thermal dynamics, right? Anything left itself, just go to what? Chaos. Anything left itself gonna go to chaos, bro. And look, this is what we see in Sunday morning chaos. We wake up and this is not usual Sunday morning thing where you're live with Delta9 Media and we gotta be breaking down all of these different details, hearing from people that they're getting fired on for even help out their own Guyanese, all kind of thing. You know, anything left itself.
And again, look at it. When something major do happen, then we don't have to put system in place. We don't have system in place before, you know. We don't have no risk management. And that is the problem, that is the bottom line, my brother. We don't have risk assessment management.
You know what might be?
I'm saying this.
You know what might be one of the things that's holding up our big boy friend. Because if your guy, your management and you say, hey, you're doing this wrong or you're doing that wrong, you got to do this or you got to do that. Come on, go jump on the phone, buddy. And then you might end up in a problem. And how long a system like they're gonna function how it should. There's the type of system that calls for a certain type of mindset. We as a people got to realize when we do things like this, leisure fair and do what you want, lawless type of society, these are the things that's gonna happen. Right people got to be in these positions. You can't get, how you gonna get an old boat transferring all them people, all them young lives gone down the drain?
And look at this, bro. Look at the people who construct Barajazio Bridge. Look at the history. A lot of things floating away, bro. Look at the airport and build. It floats away. Look at these things. The bridge don't start shifting. The bridge don't start sinking. The bridge have wavy lines. No one is stepping in. Look at the perimeter beams them. Yeah. Look at the beams them. Then
Mm.
And no one has been taking it, you know, my brother.
Real thing. Real thing.
God forbid, bro. And they listening.
Yeah. I really hope there's nothing more with them thing with bridge and like listen. Listen, buddy. Let this be a warning to all of those people who got a lot of things that they know they're supposed to be taking care of, but they ain't taking care of. Things they're supposed to be maintaining, but they're not maintaining. We don't want to hear about no stone unturned with this one, you know. We don't want to hear about a conversation where persons are going to be held responsible and heads are going to roll if this and if that. We heard it before. We really want to see some steps taken to where things like this can be prevented in the future, man. I'm going to play back the accounts of some of the persons that was on the boat before I end this live, you know. So you realize it's not just Delta9 travelers and persons from playing politics and no. You're going to hear from passengers themselves highlighting what they went through. And then we're going to make sure we bring all the updates about what's going on with this boat. This boat is going to be one of the best documented vessels in the history of Guyana, as long as Delta9 Media is here presenting. Watch what I'm telling you. Watch what I'm telling you. I'm going to make sure I go and find as much information on it as I can. And we will have it updating you with it right here. Let's go to some of this information that Dr. Todd was highlighting and jump into some more headlines right here on Delta9 Media. Right here on Delta9 Media.
Incident happening here in which you must be reminded that the PPPC government must go.
They gotta
Must
go.
go.
They're too wicked.
Who really responsible? So is it the Ministry of Works? Is it HL? Who is responsible? Who got the
Valero,
mandate?
Carla, to be honest with you, I want to believe he office might be responsible, you know, because he was one of the first persons that I see doing updates about something like this. And forget a bishop out doing something on a Sunday morning that early. That's got some amount of responsibility.
Why is he allowing an 8 to 9-year-old boat to traverse the river? 8 to 9 years old.
No, but we only want people to go. Somebody got to go to say sorry to cut you.
They don't do maintenance. Those people don't do maintenance.
Sis, I'm sorry to cut you, but we only
no particular maintenance.
we only talking about people to go. We're talking about criminal negligence here because lives were lost. We want to all the people to go. People must go to jail for this. You're bugging like what?
Negligence. Go to jail. Look at the farm. Look at the ranch that Ali got. Everything up to date. Look at the feeders. Look at the
Listen, this is not
everything up to date.
This is not incompetence because the prime minister is a brigadier. This is not incompetence.
That's left to them, and he got everything modern. Look at the road. Look at the road that they traversing. Says run. I look at the road going in Magia, going in Lexham. Look at the road. Vehicle stop, vehicle in mud, vehicle in red room, vehicle. I'm tired. I'm so upset. I'm tired.
Since you're not the only one upset about this one, I can tell you.
Minister just resign and go. All of them. From the president right out. Go. No Coast Guard. No Coast Guard as a water accompanying this boat.
There is no explanation. You know why? Because the prime minister is a brigadier. He's supposed to got certain expertise to put certain things in place. Why? We're the land of many waters. So we want your incompetence. This is not incompetence.
Going to different courses.
Yes,
There are
yes,
opening for us.
yes,
And no plan. No
yes,
plan. All of them needs to move.
yes.
I'm tired of them. I'm so sick and tired of them. Thank you, Delta. Thank you.
Thanks for calling in.
I'm tired of them. Yes, man.
See, person saying that the PM is a yes man. The PM got the experience and he got the knowledge, right, to be able to implement systems. Because why? Guyana is the land of many waters. This can't be the first time that persons would have had to study water transportation, safety, and protocol for transporting a number of persons over a distance in Guyana in the nighttime. Come on, brigadiers, a part of the military. I would believe that's a part of your training. You've got to know how we got the funding. The Prime Minister office is one of the heaviest funded part of the government. Check the budget, you can see. I ain't just saying though. Let me make sure I put up these barcodes for these notebook learning modules so you could check out it for yourself. Check it out for yourself. Some one of these barcodes is the barcode that got the budget on it. Hold on, is this one? No. It's in here. This one right here. That's the barcode right there for the notebook learning module that has the budget with all the budgeted allotments and how the funds are going to be spent from one of the largest budgets, the largest budget that our country has ever had. And you're going to check and see. Prime Minister office is one of the most heavily funded parts. This is where most of the funds is going and most of the funds is coming out for all of these different projects and stuff like that, right? So we got persons with experience in what's going on the waters in charge of a large part of the funds. Let's get some more what Dr. Todd was presenting or what persons are saying right now on the ground about some of these headlines coming in right now, right here with Delta9 Media.
We come to you live from Charity on the Essequibo Coast, and we're just off the main entrance, well, rather the accident emergency entrance at the Charity Hospital. We just got a bit of update on the situation here. Of course, we're following the Barima disaster. You know, that boat left Georgetown yesterday, bound for Port Kaituma in Region 1. Never got there as it capsized on its way there. We are again coming to you live. Let us know if you're hearing us clearly, folks. We're coming to you live. Again, this is Region 2. We are at the Charity Hospital, and we've had a number. We know a number of things these hours later. Guys, jump in there and let us know your own thoughts thus far and what you know. MP Andrews, you shadow this sector, the infrastructure sector, which touching concerns transport infrastructure as well. Talk to us about some of what we know, Adiel.
Well, first of all, let me say that I got wind of this morning before 6. And we could not just wait on news articles to come out to update us on what was happening because, so we decided to get ourselves, put our boots on the ground, so, to get a sense of what is really happening. What we made to understand is that there are 67 persons who have been rescued. Most of them, if not all of them, have already come through and passed through. We heard that the non-critical individuals are housed at the Technical Institute, and those that are in critical conditions, they're at the Lehman Hospital. So far, that's what we were made to understand. There's a whole lot of speculation. There's a whole lot of a number of persons who believe that there were issues with the boat and stuff like that, and because they were there before the boat took off. But at this stage, our prayers and our heartfelt sympathy is out to the families, and we really want to show our appreciation and gratitude for the first responders. But most of all, we really want to let the family know that they're in our thoughts and in our prayers.
Yeah.
as we
Sego,
move
I
forward
don't know
through
if you
this.
mentioned it, but I wanna stick it in as you on this tenor. Thanks also to the gracious professionals here at
Yes, at the
the
hospital.
charity hospital.
Yes, definitely.
Yes, one of the things I really want us to remember, persons online, let us be very sensitive to the fact that there are so many families that's just waiting on information. I was hoping at this point that we would have at least had confirmed names of the 67 persons that were rescued by now, so as to put an ease to some of the families at the very minimum. Even as we're here, we just came from the selling there, and you can see persons they're showing up with family members of persons that are still missing. They're just standing there. We have persons from the Guyana Defense Force out there, persons from the hospital. You have ambulances and so forth waiting just in case there are more persons coming in, and family members just waiting eagerly to hear if the name of their family member is going to be added to that list that the medical team have. As we just before we even started this live, there was two persons came here to emergency here asking for their loved one where they've been checking a list. Luckily for them, when we checked that list, the 11-year-old child was on that list. So they're heading down now to ETI to meet with that child. It is so heartbreaking to say the least to see the pain in the eyes of these persons. And we're gonna get down later into the why, but as of right now, it is still a search and rescue operation, and we must remain hopeful
Yeah.
at the very least that more persons would be rescued during the course of the
Definitely,
day. A
definitely
lot of
remaining
persons are out
hopeful.
there, professionals, but
Hmm.
also we just want to remind persons that they are kind spirited Guyanese that's also
Yeah,
assisting with this rescue, search and rescue. And we want
that's a
to
must.
extend our heartfelt gratitude to everyone. May you keep them all in your thoughts and prayer. We'll continue to be on the ground. And as the updates come, we will be giving you those also.
Uh, MP, one of the things we've also heard from persons is that on this journey, on this journey, that the very area that the boat, that the ship, the sank, is a very treacherous part of the journey.
Yeah, I think the name of that area they say is Iron Punt off the Pomeroon
Iron
River.
Punt, yes, it's a treacherous piece,
Well,
right? And you know, you think about all of that happening, and there will be enough time for us to really get deep into what are the cause, what caused this to happen, whether it was there's almost 24 hours past, right? And we've only accounted for 67%. Even if it's 10 or 15 is not accounted for, this is a national tragedy.
it is.
And as a country, we need to unite. We need to send our prayers out. We need to give our positive thoughts. We need to pour that energy into the families of those affected, and even those who would have been rescued. Their family, they have their loved ones, but they would have also be going through a lot of trauma and all of that. You could see on that young lady's face when she came to ask for her kids. You could see the distress. And I know while she'll be thankful, there's a period that she's gonna go through, and we hope that there's help that is gonna be coming from our public service to these families so that
Yes.
they can go through this period as it is. But again, we really want to give thanks. We really want to say thank you, thank you, thank you to those brave men and women who would have stepped out in the darkness and night
Yeah.
to help.
For real. Big up to all of the persons who stepped out and helped, and everybody that's still out there looking out and helping persons. Listen, the biggest shout out, big up goes out to you, and your family for allowing you to go out and do the work and the service, for your brothers and your sisters, then, because this right here is going to be one of the biggest tragedies in the history of our country, because we keep hearing this number, and this number ain't changing that much, Delta9 travelers. This number ain't changing that much, and if my calculations are correct, 116, and you take away 67, that's 49 so far that are still unaccounted for, and that's just from passengers that were a part of the manifest, right? And you still gotta account for the crew for the a number of persons that would have made up the crew. If all the crew are found, then that means more number of passengers are going to be added to that number of persons that are still unaccounted for. But listen, there's so much things that we could analyze about this. There's so many updates that are going to come in, and right now we're hearing these details coming in from the MPs live on the ground, highlighting this about what are some of the recent details with MV Barima, the tragedy that went down just recently.
Found at this time that we know of, 66 remain unaccounted for, and also I saw quite a few thoughts on social media with the fact that that rescue efforts could be hampered by the fact that only one of the GDF helicopters are working, and 2 are not working at the moment.
Yes, I want to add, I did read a lot of reports, official reports coming out, and they're reporting that 67 passengers were rescued, and I think they need to be careful with that wording, because they reported that there was 116 passengers and 17 crew members. So when they're reporting that 67 passengers were rescued, it kind of gives the public the impression that no crew member, and I can confirm that that is not so. Being on the ground, speaking with medical personnel, speaking with family members, I know for certain at least one crew member is accounted for, and maybe a second as well.
So perhaps a little more clarity from the officials too.
Yes.
Yeah. Also, because one of the things that we understand is that there's information out there, but really and truly, in terms of details, there's a paucity of information as loved ones still try to make contact with family members who would have been on this vessel. We're hearing that this vessel was packed with people, lots of kids, lots of adults there, and so a really conservative number has been rescued thus far.
Yeah, definitely. One of we just have to deal with the facts that are presented to us right now, and the most staggering fact is that
it's
this
just
was an extremely old vessel.
Yes.
And that is a fact that the ministry and all officials needs to be cognizant of. You can't run away from that. And the other fact is that this vessel went down.
Yeah.
This vessel went down, and it did not just go down for no reason. There was a reason. So what the public now is going to wait to hear after we've concluded, and the ministry have concluded then the search and rescue part of it. Everybody would want to know what are the actual reasons, or the main reason that this incident occurred. And we want transparency, and I must say that I do not appreciate this level of secrecy that government is trying to have again. We're trying, everybody. I saw statements coming out from all quarters, being very supportive. Everybody wants the best results. Everybody wants to put their efforts together to make sure that we bring persons home to their families. So when I see a lot of defensiveness and a lot of secrecy from the part of officials, government officials, it doesn't sit well with Guyanese, and I think that approach needs to change immediately. You can't do that. Persons need answers, and I would plead with officials to get that list of 67 names out there. Get it out there. You have persons running around right about now, all over, persons coming from Georgetown. They're on the charity walk, just trying to see if their family members going to be coming in. there are persons that pass their family members at the ETI building to get here to the
Yeah,
hospital.
so persons have been going around. Persons have been bouncing around institutions, trying to find out about the well-being of their loved ones that was on the MV Barima. And I guess too, the government has to make allowances for speculation in the absence of information. And also from past instances, we can harken back to the Madia fire, we can harken back to different national tragedies, the GDF helicopter that went down. We haven't heard from the survivors. We haven't seen that official report to date. And so we've seen a government that has not been very forthcoming with information, even after the fact in terms of reporting. So I guess allowances too has to be made for the speculations that are being made.
I'm happy you mentioned that you must make allowance for these speculations in the absence of information. You know, I saw a clip where the minister purportedly was debunking speculations. But the thing about it, what he said is that there was no mechanical failure. I think he mentioned that it was not about overload. Yes, he have that information. It might be that he has that information.
Contrary to what some members of the public have been saying.
On the manifest, right? The cargo manifest and the passenger manifest, he might have that information. But whether or not there was a failure, there was an engine failure on that boat, he cannot have that information unless he's saying to me that the chief engineer was rescued and related to them, unless the distress call indicated that there was something else that was happening other than these things. And we don't have that information. So I think it is kind of premature for us to say that this is the
ruling out exactly,
ruling out all of these things, because you're not there, you don't have the information, right? And so that struck me, you know. So it's not about getting in front of the argument. There will be sufficient time for us to delve into and to investigate the cause of this issue. But right now, we really need to get the information to the families, and we really need to get that support to them.
And you know,
I just wanted to add to what Saiko was saying, that definitely, I think the same level of hesitance that government officials have in releasing the names of persons that are rescued, I was expecting them to be hesitant about basically removing certain aspects to be considered when it comes to why this vessel went down. For you to hear the minister speaking about the boat not being overloaded and there not being any mechanical issue, I think those comments were very premature when an investigation was not even had as yet. So the things that I think that they should be holding back, they're coming forward to debunk and any thinking that it was failure, mechanical failure or so forth. But then they're holding back the information that they should be bringing to the public, which who are these persons that were rescued? This is important.
But Georgetown, even when you look at the weight issue, even when you look at the weight issue, it is common knowledge. Many people are saying to us, when we were on the road, you guys were saying to us that yes, the cargo manifest may say X amount of pounds, but usually that is not always accurate because people slip on things, they get somebody to take on it. So we really don't know unless you can be absolutely certain.
Unless there's an investigation that has definitive findings. And that's what I think. Those informations need to be not
in such a manner that is, dismissive of people.
Exactly.
I also want to make the point that we've been on the ground for a number of hours now, and we're not relying on hearsay.
No.
We've spoken to a number of officials unofficially. We've spoken to a number of EMTs, a number of hospital staff, a number of community leaders on the ground here to get a sense for ourselves as to what are the real issues here. Because I understand, I appreciate the PR machinery of the government. I can appreciate only certain media houses being allowed to talk to those persons who've been rescued at hospital because the government wants an airtight narrative. I understand all of that. But one of the reasons we are here and we aren't telling you perhaps 80% of what we have heard is because we haven't been able to verify lots of it. But what we're saying here is what we've been able to verify and what we have substantial information to back.
And that's an important point that MP Duncan is making right now, because the amount of information that came to us since we got on the ground, it's insane. But we're not going to put that out to the public. We're being very responsible in the information that we do put out. And again, I just want to say, continue to have your thoughts and prayers with families. Continue to extend your prayers to the persons out there on with the rescue efforts. This is a tragedy. This is a national tragedy, and we have got to unite our voices, unite our hearts.
Yeah.
Yes.
We remember, even as an opposition, we remember the leaders in government. We remember the families at this time. We remember the victims of this Barima tragedy. And our thoughts and prayers, as my colleagues have said, are with all of these persons.
Telling you things to analyze. So many things for us to analyze about what's going on right here, right? These are some of the original distress calls that were sent out. Allegedly. Allegedly.
I say we turn over, body, we turn them in the river, in sea, body, right now, Kappa police, body. Hurry up, we just turn over, body. I say we turn over, body, we turn them in the river, in sea, body, right now, Kappa police, body. Hurry up, we just turn over, body. I say we turn over, body, we turn them in the river, in sea, body, right now, Kappa police, body. Hurry up.
Greetings, you're on to Delta9 Media Live.
We having churches, man. These churches with all these bad things of people doing in the country. With all the bad things people doing in that country. You understand me? There's none of these churches that come out and say nothing, my man. Churches would come out and say nothing.
And go
the
against
churches and the PPP spell for real, man.
and go against the bishop.
Because the bishop don't matter whether that is really giving y'all, man. I'm just watching everything that's going on in Guyana. And many of all of you were chosen, none of them will sit back and see all of these wrong things going on to citizens in that country. They can't see God. Because never, because they collect the bits and the pieces from the government. They sit down with every Sunday they go to church and would not preach a thing about issues in that country, bro. People been suffering. People have been suffering and this church just sit their hearts down and hollering, but God is happy with the argument going on. Y'all know these people out to kill people in the country, y'all still sit down on your ass and things. Alright, my man, that's it, man.
Thanks for calling in. Big up to all the travelers that are live with us, all the frequent travelers, all of those that are here with us for the first time. Are you subscribed to Delta9 Media? Check and make sure, buddy. It don't cost you nothing to subscribe and stay connected. Greetings, you're on to Delta9 Media Line.
Yeah, Delta. The caller was calling pertaining to the church, why they ain't coming out. What happened to ABC's country? Why they are not saying nothing? What happened to the ambassador? Why she not saying nothing from her office?
Well, probably they're waiting. Probably they're waiting for more information to come in on what's going on, especially with this situation, right? And then they will probably say something about it later on as they get more details. Let's wait and see.
No, I'm not speaking primarily on this situation. I'm speaking about the month full of evidence that's all over. Month. So now,
at this point,
primarily on this information.
At this point, I'm reasoning something with you, and we gotta be real with yourself, right? Unless we want to play like we stupid, like Born in Spirit saying, because watch, slavery was an industry, right? And we got one of the most lucrative assets right now in one of the most lucrative industries. So back in slavery days, they had a whole industry of persons that used to make money off of using us as chattel. So what would be so different now? You see what I'm saying?
I'll tell you, bro.
You see what I mean?
Real
It was an international industry that people used to rent the boats for to go and pick up the slaves. That people used to make the chains. That people used to make that people used to make the torture tools. That people that used to do all kind of things. That used to make the cushions with the hair. They had persons that were specialists in turning our skin into different ornaments and into clothes and all kind of things. All kind of things. Right? It was an industry. What would change? What would make all of that change? No. People are so much different.
And look at what they're doing now.
Yeah.
The diversion apart from the tragedy and saying that it's a natural cause. They're not ironing out. Imagine the same investigation. They remind me of recently when something happened in a foreign country. When the force come out and said they use the people to weaponize the police and this stuff. You know, it's strange to know that you have an investigation and you're using that sort of level to say that the boat wasn't overweight. They had the direct people. Everything was maintained on the boat.
I'll say something. Nobody can come out this short period of time after something like this happened without having a rescue mission team in place to prevent this much casualties. We're talking about almost half the persons perish, buddy, or more probably at the end of this. They can't come and tell me no stupidness like this. How come you know all of this so fast, but you know that you needed to have a better mechanism or a better team of coast guards for vessels that are going around the place, traveling with 100+ people in the night time with toddlers and
we don't have a coast guard. We don't have a coast guard traveling beside them in case of piracy, in case of certain emergency. We don't have a coast guard.
But they could find out that the vessel wasn't overweight and everything else so fast, and it's not even 4 o'clock yet in the afternoon. Well, listen, hey, anybody who been in them conversations.
And there is the beauty of it. He had the manuscript right in front of him. He could tell him or the way, the size, the amount, what part they were players, and everything he could tell you.
You can estimate. You can estimate, but you can't confirm that until there's further analysis. You can say that you could estimate. You understand? But you can't listen.
A lot of underhand running the fast there, bro, because as the crewmen, them the do the side of to brother. Everybody put thing on that board, and you get them a small piece, and things will go, bro. You understand?
Well, that's why I say.
And freak out nobody.
Well, that's why I say I gotta analyze it further, because they gotta get video confirmation of that. You understand me? To say that all of this was only. Yeah. You got them more analysis. You can't just jump.
A lot of skullduggery just be going on those damn waterways, my brother.
Yeah.
A lot of skullduggery.
High seas? Yeah, of course. Yeah. Big up yourself. You see, insightful persons, you know. Insightful panel of persons is listening to Delta9 Media. I want to big y'all up, you know. Big up to all the travelers that call in, that make this live presentation what it is. Without y'all calling in and giving y'all insights into the live, it would be a completely different presentation, a completely different live presentation. All the moderators, Rugranat, PA, Rasta Empress, everybody that I see in the live presentation right now. If I could, Cheryl, thanks for tuning in as well. I just saw that you're here with us. Thanks for being a part of this. Every day is something in Guyana. When will it end? The country is very unsafe now more than ever, right? Powerful point, Cheryl. We analyzing it. We want to hear no conversation but incompetence. We got a PM, that's a brigadier, right? So he got the insights. there's easy things for a person with that kind of acumen to set up. He got the leadership skills. He could set up systems to make sure that there are persons in place to take care of these things. So it's not an incompetence thing. It's not a money thing, because guess what? The country is wealthy, very, very wealthy, right? Very wealthy. So we know it's not a money thing. There got to be something else. It got to be the corruption, buddy. It got to be the corruption or something else that we got to analyze. Guys, not incompetence. They got competent persons. It's not finances. We got the funding that we need. Y'all see what's going on? Y'all hear what's going on? This is what some of the passengers were highlighting. For those who might have missed some of the accounts of the passengers, before we hear some more of what Dr. Todd is highlighting about this situation, let's hear what some of the passengers were saying.
You could tell me your experience, what happened with you? When you realized what was happening?
When I realized what was happening, I was in my bed, but at the moment...
What do you mean in bed? Like in
the armor, catching a rest. So, I just hear like, rat-up, things like it falling down. So within the moment now, and I just look out my armor. They wanted to rush me and cover me within 2 seconds. Within that moment now, when we on the second floor, the boat cap fall on the one side. I have to rush. And fall on one side, start to go up, sinking up. So I had to just also come out from those seconds. Stage there, and also blow myself up. It was a bad experience, man. That's the bad thing. I didn't know I was wait on the rescue for a very long time.
I go away with it. Did you see what happened to other people?
No, I didn't see much happened to other people. But many people
they were to push everybody. You were together in the
okay. We were together.
You had to carry some people, so carry some other people different area. Different area you have to carry. So when we said less than half an hour, everybody, a set of people that way, you want to push different area, okay? And the person and we keep planning for help,
sailing around the place. And you just calling for help. Help.
You could tell.
I realized what was happening. I was in like
accounts coming from persons that were actually part of this tragedy, right? Can you imagine? And all of this in the dark of night. All of that in the dark of night. Terrifying experiences indeed, I'm sure. As we hear some more from Honorable Dr. Todd on this and some of the situations he had to deal with.
I think that they have a responsibility to some of their supporters. We don't see this thing as a supporters base. That is not the approach in our mind. We see this as a Guyanese. We see this as a leader in society. We need to come together. I keep saying, Guyana, why must the PPP people always think that their people that they have placed in position are the only people with good solutions? We continue to find a serious problem in our society, and that is why our society is stagnant. That is why we are not moving forward as a people. That is why just monies are being spent, but there is absolutely no value to life in this country. Why? Because we continue through the PPP's lens, we continue to see society as only one partisan. As only one partisan. As only one party who must be able to do what they have to do. But this is not the time for this. Let's take off our political gloves. So we're asking that good sense will prevail. This is not about politics. This is not about which organization you represent. This is about coming together as leaders in our society to make sure the best plan is put forward in rescuing our people. That is what it is about, not about politics. You know, so I am tremendously disappointed in the immediate order that was passed to not allow the leaders and members of parliament to enter the compound. I am
Even now, with all of this going on, persons are finding opportunity to play around with information and persons accessing and being able to network and assist one another at a time like this. But they can't stop it because Guyana and us standing in solidarity with one another is always going to trump any political divide. Because we're wiser now, you know, this is a different time. They can't divide us because of lack of information. All the information is there. You can't say they didn't see persons, actual victims giving account and get a chance to hear from persons live on the ground. You had a chance to. Now you get a chance to make your decision from a better foundation, right? That's why places like Delta9 Media, right here on YouTube, are important forums where we could get into conversations and analyze this thing on a real level. Let's get some more details coming in from the ground right now, Delta9 travelers. Let that part go, moderation.
Those of you, okay. So those of you who don't want to go anywhere, we'll make arrangements for you to be here, right? So that's your decision. So those of you who want to stay, we'll work with you to stay. What's this? Whose thing is this?
History watch, sir.
No, please remove that. All right. So those of you, okay. So those of you who don't want to go anywhere, we'll make arrangements for you to be here, right? So that's your decision. So those of you who want to stay, we'll work with you to stay. What's this? Whose thing is this?
History watch, sir.
No, please remove that. All right. So those of you, okay. So those of you who don't want to go anywhere, we'll make arrangements for you to be here, right? So that's your decision. So those of you who want to stay, we'll work with you to stay. What's this? Whose thing is this?
History watch, sir.
No, please remove that. All right. So
as the leader was, as the counselor was walking, now she has a number of family members. Imagine she has family members and friends who have been calling or saying that they're missing. As she was proceeding by the instructions of the Minister of Works, Mr. Bishop Redfield, you have the minister within the ministry, the office of the Prime Minister, stopped her. So imagine the bishop in got powers in there. Imagine a junior minister. Listen. Imagine a junior minister said to a senior minister, it's not you passing instructions here. I am telling them what to do. Nobody's there to this. Imagine that. People are collapsing. They're chaos. They're in chaos. But Councillor, go on. This is
you
really
know
very...
what is very sad to me is that we would have been up since we got this news since early this morning, you know, trying to get information, putting stuff together, getting a team to go to what we will call Ground Zero charity, and then having all the phone calls that we're having, persons still trying to find out what is happening. We decided we'll come down to Humaniana to give and to see we can assist in lowering the temperature, being in empathizing with the family members who are still searching, some who are found, because I got updates, some persons who are calling me, well,
you know what they're trying to do?
Found 3 of them, etc. They're still looking for 2 others. And you know, you're trying to get information. And
you know what they're trying to do?
Something that
they're trying to make it a situation where they take away the humanity from the members of, from as far as I'm seeing, they're trying to almost take away their humanity to where they're not being allowed at this early stage to be a part of what's going on as far as standing in solidarity with their own brothers and sisters in the country. They want it to seem like if it's a politics thing, oh, they didn't come out, and they come out when it's this or when it's that, or they come out after this or after that. Acting like if they don't have that human empathy within them to want to come out and see what's going on with, hey, I just hear, this thing is hard to hear about this. Just now when I had to listen to that brother speak on losing his daughter in that manner, that's rough to hear as a father, right? And then you hear the other sister that spoke and said, listen, I had a 2-year-old in my hand, rip out gun. What's going on up here? Well, you got to relive that. And then she's saying that 7 other family members were with her in total on that vessel. Let's hope that, you know, let's hope that at least some of them were found alive. Let's hear some more from the MPs that were on the ground, from the APNU. Plus, pick up the whole team, APNU. We know y'all, we know that y'all mean well. We know that y'all are a big part of the real opposition on the ground right now. Let's see what's going on right here.
Was made possible and available by the government of Guyana. The ongoing operations from the various command centers, engaging the family members of those who have been rescued and continuing to engage the family members who are awaiting information on their loved ones. And that is the end of my press statement. If there are any questions, we're open for questions. Thank you very much.
Big up to all the travelers live with us right now. Who is live in the chat with us? Rasta Empress is saying 87 years old boat, bro. 87 years old. I was saying 80. I taking away 7 years. Thanks for giving me that piece of insights right there. Empress, making sure that I stay on point with these numbers. Listen, this is ridiculous. Wait. So you mean this boat was an adult when Guyana became an independent nation? This boat was already around for 27 years, right? This boat This boat was already around for 27 years before Guyana became a nation. Allegedly? That's what seeming like Rasta Empress. What type of disrespect we allowing? What else we want to see? This is ludicrous at this point. It is ludicrous at this point. This boat there run since before independence. I don't know. I mean, I could stand corrected. How many vessels, how many public vessels do we have in Guyana? How long does it take for us to replace these public vessels? How long do you have to wait if you put in the order for one of these boats to get a new one? Is it a 2-year process, a 3-year process, or is it a process that takes much more time? Because this is ridiculous when you think about it. Big up yourself, Rasta Empress. Thanks for dropping those insights into the comment section. Burnell, what's going on? The president and the opposition leader playing games like some little children and not looking into these things that is right in front of their eyes. Well, guess what? Burnell is right in front of we eyes to body, and we could clearly see what's taking place. Big up yourself, Dion. What's going on?
Yeah, bro. I want to know if it's for government election Guyana. Yeah. You know what? I asked the question, my brother.
Yeah, why?
Why are the MPs and member of government, of parliament, member of parliament, not allowed in Mariano? I don't understand this nonsense, you know.
Bro, it's very,
this
very
is a
troublesome.
national tragedy, bro. Why do you be a white Chinese people allowing this thing?
Yeah.
I want to push that for one side, bro.
But you see now, that's where the problems them is come around from. There's one they can say, oh, you're being, you're being violent, you're being anti-productive, you're causing problems. That's gonna be the conversation then. But I think
member of government can't go in, member of parliament can't go in, member of parliament can't go in. Only wishing them probably get a slide in because she's one.
Strip you of your humanity. They want. Yeah. I think Amanso only was able to go in because she was there earlier. You understand? Yeah.
This is total confounded nonsense. So this thing needs to stop. Chinese people need to wake up. The Philippine controlling Guyana.
Playing games with me.
Why is there Philippine controlling Guyana, bro?
Playing games with me. I could tell you that right now.
Now, Gemini, you have a member that lost in the tragedy. You went to seek information. They're blocking you. And it's still open to public. You see these people want madness happening there, you know?
Well, that's the thing that I keep saying.
These people want to forget about the farm. They forget about all the land giveaway, all the industry giveaway. To them, the family and their friends. And I never tell anybody the other 2 weapons. But this confounded nonsense got to stop them, sir. Look at all the MPs, member of parliament, all of them there by the gate. Police blocking the gate. Police other than the MPs, them. I don't understand this crap.
That's the kind of country.
And people just sit down there watching this government destroy Guyana.
You know why I think persons is allow some things to, my brother? Because they probably think they got this whole warped understanding from my perspective. I could stand corrected, right? That somehow they came to this place from somewhere else. We're native to this part of the world. So Guyana, we were here all the time. That's one thing. And another thing is that we got this idea in our heads too, that There's places that we're going to go in the world where anything is going to be different or something is going to come without the same struggle and effort to achieve it. It is not like that. No matter where you go in the world, because I would have traveled to a number of places. And inside go enough places for know everything, but to travel enough for get a good understanding of certain things, buddy. And the best place that persons could be looking at as a place to come into some wealth and real business acumen if you're from Guyana right now is in Guyana, because internationally, if you're to come to the US, right now you got to deal with a whole lot of hurdles as an immigrant. And the wealth that is coming out to Guyana, persons traveling from these same parts of the world and coming there to invest, ask yourself why. And in a couple of years, even if you come into these parts of the world, you still got to consider malnutrition because of the food that you're going to find in some places. What sense does that make? Plus, you're still going to have to remigrate eventually if you're looking to have a comfortable old age as it relates to climate and all of these other benefits that you're going to get in Guyana. There's the thing we got to contemplate, you know. We got 50 cycles, buddy. 50.
Look at it again, my brother. You know why you don't want the MPs them to go there to look at the manifest? Because 40% of the people that on that manifest is foreigners.
I'm telling you.
40% of them is Venezuelans. So they don't want the MPs to go there to look at that manifest to see about whoever missing and who are lying on that thing. They're not getting out the information.
Nobody information got to come out. They don't get to choose because you're talking about loss of life. And last I checked, no one person
but they don't care. This is public. This is a public forum whereby all Guyanese citizens have to be aware of.
Yeah, you have to.
Shutting out people.
You see, there's the thing with the press. Yeah. But there's not the first time. Remember Marudi? Remember Marudi happened and it went and people see it, they talk a little bit and the lane go down, right? Now watch. Other things gonna come again when they lock them out with the Yeah. It's really comical sometimes when you really analyze it. But this time is the time where we just gotta say, you know, condolences to the family, and they definitely know that persons are standing in solidarity with them and looking to get to the bottom of what really happened with their loved ones and with some of the survivors that are, you know, going through this traumatic time. Because listen, it's rough. It is rough when you think about it. Very, very rough.
Only the government side allow in humanity. That's crazy.
Think about the age of the boat. Think about the age of the vessel. 80-something years. There's a vessel that was inherited since colonial days.
Yeah, but you hear me saying, oh, this is the point where I was talking about today. So
yeah.
The two that they bought, they're renting it right now.
Renting it too.
It's Guyana one, but they're renting it.
Two.
Internationally? The two that working
kind of
other place. They have last one with a bought recently.
Wait.
Do you know the government renting it?
Guyana got so much thing that you could rent out.
No, what I'm saying, the two that they bought is Guyana owned.
Yeah.
But the company that buy from is renting it.
Oh my. Wow.
The people they have to buy from is them the people operating it. Them is the people that they got paid for billions of dollars for every month. These are the people that maintaining it. They're not renting it.
I'm telling you.
And it's Guyana owned.
It's crazy.
Exactly. I remember Georgetown speak of it in Parliament.
Yeah, you did highlight them.
Exactly. So that is my point. I was trying to get at. So we don't have nothing that belongs to Guyana. Everything is foreign made. Everything is foreign people taking over Guyana.
You know what the good thing about it
and
is?
Guyanese people left unanswered.
The good thing
now
about
you
it.
Get that too. Before you train Guyanese people one couple months to operate his vessel. You get his vessel in existence for over 2 years now, and the people still operating it. That is atrocious.
Yeah, it is.
And Guyanese people there and ain't saying nothing.
Because it's
Look
running.
at the power ship. The power ship there 2 years. Huh? And all the billions of dollars going through the power ship. And Guyanese people ain't saying nothing. And they're listening, bro. You're getting it. Study.
Big up yourself. Telling you, the runnings is causing problems. The runnings is causing a running problem right now on the ground. I see someone was calling me from 592. Big up to all the persons tuned in Guyana right now. Give me a call back from the 592. My apologies for missing your call. Greetings, you're on to Delta9 Media Live.
Yeah, Delta9, this is Georgetown calling back. So yeah, so Guyana got like 20 vessels on it, between 20 to 15 vessels. Yeah, and they got 2 power ships there, and I even use them. They got them back up, then they buy them from me and always like.
Wow. So we got 20 vessels. So they should got a team of persons that is just doing maintenance, you know, and taking care of these things, because we got enough for that team of persons just taking care of that alone to keep them worthy, right?
Yeah.
It's crazy.
But me I understand how them operate. So if a boat that is 7 years old and supposed to do a lot of service for them, that means the body of the horse and supposed to rotten.
There's the thing. And how yeah, that means there's more to what's going on with this vessel. I hope the vessel indeed, when we do get down to this information, you know, I hope that even though that the vessel got a couple of years to it, 87 is a lot of years for a vessel. And traversing in the tropical ocean like the, you know, man, this conversation, this story is just let's hear some of these details coming in from the press conference. The most recent press conference, because they did an updated press conference from the one that would have been done early this morning at the Guyana. Once again, I want to thank everyone that's in the live right now. If you haven't already, take a couple of seconds, ladies and gentlemen, please, and thank you. Hit that thumbs up button. That's your free way of supporting everything that's going on right here, right now on this live presentation. Your simple gesture by hitting that thumbs up button will help to share this live to persons all over the globe, so they will be updated with these very important and trending headlines. Thank you very much, Delta9 travelers. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get straight into the details in this most recent press conference coming in from the Honorable Minister and Prime Ministers. It looks like they have members of the armed forces and a number of other dignitaries here to update us with the necessary details. Let's get all of this right now.
Giving you initial brief this morning after we were started the search and rescue operation. As of noon today, the Search and Rescue Coordination Center continues to oversee massive search and rescue operation in response to the incident involving the MV Barima on its journey to Port Kaituma, Region 1. The Guyana Coast Guard, the lead partner on the search and rescue operations, informed the command center with information regarding the incident, accounting for 6 to 7 persons rescued at the time of this report. The breakdown of those rescued accounts for 41 males, 11 females, and 15 children, that is 6 boys and 9 girls, rescued during the operation as of this time. The persons rescued were taken to various facilities for medical attention. In this instance, you're taken to the hospital at Charity and to the hospital at Lima, the Essequibo post. The medical response continued to be led by Minister of Health, Dr. Frank Anthony, with additional support from emergency personnel at both facilities, along with psychosocial responses being executed in Georgetown and at the Guyana site. The search area has been expanded from 400 square kilometers to 1,070 square kilometers since first flight. Additionally, the assets deployed have been significantly increased, and as of now, we have both air and sea assets that are continuing to search the area. And here I'm talking about state assets and support from the private sector. Local fisherfolk with knowledge of the area have also responded as part of the search and rescue efforts. The 3 command centers that were established as of 7 a.m. this morning are one at Pomeroon, one at Port Kaituma, and one at Guyana in Georgetown. And there we have personnel from the Ministry of Human Services and Social Security and from the Transport and Highway Department and from the Ministry of Public Works that are meeting with the relatives of those who are on the boat at the time of the incident. The families of those rescued and all manifested persons, therefore, on the voyage, including the crew, have been engaged. The captain and the mate of the ship, who were rescued, have since returned to the area as part of the rescue operations. Our local leaders in regions 2 and 1, with support of the Civil Defense Commission and staff of the Ministry of Human Services and Social Security, have been providing psychosocial support in those regions and here in Georgetown, like mentioned before, at the Guyana site. The MV Barima, at the time of the incident, was outfitted with 250 life jackets, 6 inflatable life rafts, and 2 rigid life rafts. A point to note is that the MV Barima has a cargo capacity of 284 tons, of which at the time of the incident, they had a manifest weight of 268 tons within the capacity of the vessel. It is also licensed to carry in excess of 300 passengers. At the time of the incident, there were only 116 passengers aboard, along with a crew of 70. The MV Barima was last docked in 2024 and is within its docking cycle, operating with new engines, making 3 to 4 trips to Port Kaituma monthly. And I wish to state that the Maritime Search and Rescue Coordination Center received messages of support from both the public and private sectors of Guyana. In keeping with standard protocol, search and rescue continues with the aim of accounting for every single soul that was on board the MV Barima. Our men and women who are in the search area, providing logistical support and emergency force response, must be commended for the excellent work they've been doing from the time they were deployed on this mission. The government of Guyana has worked closely with the Maritime Search and Rescue Coordinating Center. Yours truly is here at the Maritime Search and Rescue Coordinating Center, leading this effort with the support of several cabinet ministers. At the table here, I have Minister Bishop Wanegil and Minister Kwame Makai, and we have representatives from the Discipline Services, MARAD, and other agencies, Civil Defense Commission. Of course, all of us working in an interagency approach in the conduct of this search and rescue operation. His Excellency President Dr. Mohamed Irfan Ali and Vice President Dr. Barra Jagdeo have reached out to us to ensure that whatever has to be done was made possible and available by the government of Guyana.
But why them ain't come forward and give an address yet? Are they out of the country? Are they somehow out of the country? How come we hear an address from the president himself as yet? How come the president didn't come forward and say something as yet? The president out of the country or what? President sneak out? Or busy with other things that is more important than the largest loss alive, the largest loss of the most important resource in any country, in the history of our country. How come the president didn't come forward and is taking this one, from the front and making sure that he's abreast with everything and interacting with persons and this, that, and the third? What's going on, man? Greetings, you're on to Delta9 Media Live.
Yeah, my brother, the president is on his farm. Why are you disturbing my president?
What?
The president is on his farm. Why are you disturbing him? I don't want you to disturb my president. He's on his farm.
So you mean today's the day?
He's trying to see how best he could calculate the acres of his farm.
So today's general maintenance for the 150 acres is going to take a while. That's what you're saying?
No, he's trying to lessen it. He's trying to see how it could be lesser. Remember that they're saying so far 70 something acre. He's trying to lessen it.
Well,
so please don't disturb my president.
It's very suspicious
Thank
to
you
me.
very much.
It's very suspicious to me because usually these are things that, presidents would want to get to the front and make sure they're the person speaking on what's going on, or even meeting with persons. Is there any, I might not be abreast with all the different holy days for our Muslim brothers and sisters around this time, but I think until September, late August, should be some more of the holy days that I could remember that would be celebrated for that faith. I could stand corrected, but how come we seeing the president at the front, having conversation with persons, meeting with the persons that are affected? You understand? How come we seeing the VP? I don't know. I wonder if they might be out of the country. What y'all think, Delta9 travelers? What y'all think about the fact that we seeing these leading persons dealing with this? This is so sad. Veneta, thanks for tuning in and being a part of the live. Black Ice Shelly, thanks for being a part of this presentation. God, great God of Zion, what is this? It's a weeping nation, Guyana land. Telling you, Black Ice Shelly, it's a dark reality. Ashmini is saying, yes, the vessel is old, but I don't believe that my grandmother may have traveled in that vessel. I'm telling you. Chanel is saying, Guyanese, you people used to complain about the APNU not bringing out the support on the road. No complaints about the wind party. Sad. Bring out the people onto the street so the world can see. Big up yourself, Shell. And thanks for dropping these insights into the comment section. Suzette, thanks for being a part of this international digital connection right here. Special Sunday presentation. Mistake them churches do is to go and have a gathering with the installed government. That's why the demons take over with the evil wickedness of the PPP is doing. I'm telling you. All who have the eyes to see will see. Big up yourself, Suzette. And thanks for being a part of this live presentation and for dropping those insights. Those who have eyes to see will definitely see. There's got to be some level of corruption going on, because it's not that we don't have the funds. It's not that we don't have persons with the competence to make sure that our country is run in a better manner. Why we don't got better vessels? Why we don't got a larger response team? So many questions that persons are asking and so many answers that we definitely got to update one another with. On this channel, we get a chance to hear from the press conference. Now we're going to hear some more from the members of the APNU as we update ourselves with as many aspects as to what's going on right here, right now, with the MV Barima tragedy that took place just recently in our beautiful country. Carlisle, thanks for tuning in and being a part of the live. Big up to all the moderators live with us in the chat. We are in full-blown dictatorship. It's crazy when we think about it. I'm telling you, Tallulah, thanks for tuning in, Tallulah. This is why we are so suspicious of the PPP. They are always some kind of withholding of information. Information is very important, because without the right information, you can't make the right decisions. Without the right decisions, you can't make the right moves. Without the right moves, there is no progress in the right direction. There's only progress in the direction that the person who gave you the little piece of information would rather you go, because it could only go as far as you know. You see how this thing is go? Big up yourself, Tallulah. And thanks for dropping them insights into the comment section. Insightful moderators, insightful comment section, all the chat, the entire collective of travelers right now with us. Big up yourself. My condolences to those who lost loved ones. Yeah, condolences to all the family members, every person, all the loved ones, all the family members that lost persons in this tragedy, one of the biggest tragedies in the history of our country. Condolences. Condolences. Because, listen, one person would have been too much. But listen to the numbers that we're hearing with this one. Let's hear some more from the MP right now.
Whatever is happening, and to see how we can deal with matters. For you to come and then you're telling elected members of parliament, representatives of the persons that are looking for their relatives, looking for their family, that, oh, you can't come in here, you can't find out any. As Dr. Todd said, a senior minister would have spoken to me and said, look, I don't know about that. He calls out another officer when he realized I'm still trying to find names of persons and said, look, come, take her in and go and check on these names. And on approaching, I am stopped by the minister within and being met with lots of comment from the Home Affairs Minister that still saw it fit to hold a ceremony while all of this tragedy is going on, while we looking for people, while we do it. That was more important for her to do. She is stopping me from finding out. This is blatant wickedness and unacceptable. But, you know, we really don't want to go down this road today because families are here asking questions that cannot be answered. They're in turmoil, and this is not what we want to do while there is a national crisis going on. But yet still, this is what we are faced with, and it is unacceptable. It is absolutely unacceptable for a government in the state that we're in with a national crisis to be going on in this manner. I leave it at that because there is a lot of things that can be said, but trust me, it will be said. But today I want to stand with the family members and hope that we find every last one alive today. That is our hope and our prayer, because I don't think we can afford this level of catastrophe in this country. And in the same breath, we're asking Guyanese who can't help wherever you are help, and then we need to take things to task because we cannot continue in this style and fashion.
Good morning there. We are here today in a state of confusion. Maybe by 3 o'clock this afternoon, we will be in a state of mourning because of the incompetence of the People's National Congress. Now,
Yep. We're going on up.
I send you a clip there from the wind park. You went there on the sea with rescue boat help trying to rescue people there, bro.
Okay, we send to my WhatsApp.
I send it to your WhatsApp. I send you a picture. I'm trying to get a video off of it now. Alright. So the man out there, he's out there. All of them out there. APN, you win. I know it. But I think what is them out there?
You send to the same number?
Yeah.
Alright, good. So when you hang up, I'm gonna check it.
Alright, yeah. There's everybody out there. I think Francis and them out there, but the problem is they get them fight down, you know. They get them fight down. PPP trying to make this thing a political war. They say that a disaster within the country is supposed to bring the party them together. This is not politics, it's about life. And people love one.
Yeah.
Look, the little youth there where you told me, the man say what you all and he tells, by.
Bro.
That shit tore me apart.
Bro.
Tore me up, bro.
Yeah.
The ladies used 7 of them, 4, 2 and 5.
Mm-hmm.
Another one, the other guy say he had to let you wife go. The woman said she had to let her baby go. Bro, this is about PPP, APNU, the win, whatever, bro. PPPs, they just trying to gas like this whole thing, knowing that when this done, today it's going to be yesterday news to them. Because why the president thing, they don't care about them people that they send the cabal to stay and do what they want to do. But the president is such a disaster. I can't say it's not natural disaster by neglecting certain things that cost how much life, bro, and touch so much people in a way.
Yeah.
Who, as a president, supposed to come on the scene and walk on and talk to the people, but they were, you know, you don't know how they talking and be a bunch of BS, bro. There's a bunch of BS coming out of these people mouth. So you said they send all the puppets and they're pulling the thing, call them don't get no worse to say, bro. But bro, this is people life. It's people life, bro.
That's the part we gotta remember.
It's what kind of watching, you know.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think I'm still watching because I can't call him because, you know, the night that they affect you call when I call him. But when I come back in my office, I just call him. You know, I'm back in the office. You know, but yo, it's a blessing, bro, for have you come and show this thing. Cause this thing might keep a lot of people, bro.
Because you could don't see how they're trying to cut off certain media from even accessing to know
you
what's
tell me
going
if
on.
you them they can't go I care when I wait to your mom and say what they say about it. But you get there, say them, you know he's the man that like the picture and his video.
Yeah, it's important.
But he show you up on the boat and the sea thing trying for, you know.
Yeah.
Do thing.
Shout out to the whole team when who down there, looking out and trying to help in the best way that they could. And everybody else who making the way out there for help in the best way that they could. Brothers, my sisters, stay safe and all the energy that you need. I hope that you find it to rescue as many people as you can. Yeah, man.
Post it on Facebook.
Yeah, man. You're happy to see
as
many persons. Big up yourself, Al. Thanks for calling in. It's good to know they got public spirited citizens that willing to go out and try their best to help persons in any way that they can. Let's hear some more from MP McDonald while we navigate to what's going on with Team Win on the waters right now. Greetings, dear.
Yes, I was big up the damn stuff. There's what I'm telling you. Win is on the water top, and the MP them is at Guyana, where they cannot be allowed inside. The police blocking them. The police blocking up no people there. So there's things going on. People trying to get answer, and the police all being selective. The big government all being selective of who must enter this building. That's why I ask you if it's local government election going on at Guyana.
I'm telling you. Because I want to know, it's supposed to be the meeting place of the people, right? That was the meaning of it, right? Yeah, I feel some meeting place to the people who want to. Yeah. So it's supposed to be open to members of the public, especially MPs. Big yourself, big up yourself. Thanks for calling in and thanks for sharing all of these insights with us. Persons are sharing different links with me so that I can definitely share them here on the live. Big up to all of the travelers, everybody who's definitely staying connected with us, right? All the while they're trying to stop persons from being able to meet in the Guyana. Look what's going on.
A full investigation into what happened. And I don't want to prejudice it. Because a big wave that can't agree. That's really that's what we hear from everybody who reached out. But there will be a full investigation into what happened. And I don't want to prejudice that investigation, but I'm saying preliminarily. We wanted to be certain that it wasn't hit by any foreign object and or didn't hit anything. We wanted to establish that. Everybody said it was so sorry. And I must tell you, even in the communication, because the way out the phone signals have been breaking up, so I don't even want to hold people to what we may have heard with breaking signals, but they're coming in now and once we get a chance. But we will look forward to seeing your relatives. All of our men who crew these ships value their service. So your father and
my father was a transport.
Since 14, since age of 14, my father walked with the yard. Now he's 65. Just want to see my father.
Well, let's hope and pray that he's coming in soon. We pray for that, and we pray for all the other crew members and family. Everybody, we want everybody to be there. I'm as distraught as you are. I might not look emotional, but when I got the call at 11 o'clock, before I even spoke to anybody, the first thing I did was pray.
early this morning, I was surprised to see Bishop Ejil was up and sharing information on this. So I thought it was some type of glitch or an old video someone edited or something. I thought it was something that was going on. So I refresh and check again. And he was one of the first persons highlighting information on what was going on with this situation, right? Even though it was brief, it was informative enough for me to start checking around and see what's really going on. And then I started to gather some more details on what's taking place.
Lord help us through this. I work with civilizations. I do know the protocol concerning certain restrictions. I did call.
All right. Our staff will be here. So as soon as we get information, they will be communicating with you as family of the crew, as well as family of the centers. I have the full manifest, and we are going to be working that through. All right.
Definitely working through a lot that's going on. Very trying times.
Of the sinking of the MV Barima ferry, which was on its way to Region 1. And it's reported that the ferry encountered difficulties and a distress call was sent out around 11 p.m. And I want to use this video to make an appeal. So we're going to deal with what exactly happened and why it happened at a later date. For today, I really want to focus. I know VPAC really wants to focus on making an appeal. This is what this video is for, and I'm going to start the video by asking you to share it. You may not know what I'm about to say yet. I'm going to ask you to share this live stream so that this message gets around to as many people as possible, as fast as possible. All right. So with regard to what exactly happened, we don't know yet, right? I'm going to join anybody that is urging people to keep politics out of it for right now. The time for investigation is going to come. The time for us to know exactly what went wrong, if it was mechanical failure, if it was a big wave or anything, that time is going to come. For today, I'm asking you to keep politics out of it, insofar as Guyana needs to have its sole attention focus on the persons that are still missing. Okay, so the boat went down sometime between, well, the distress call was sent around 11 p.m. last night, somewhere around the vicinity of Iron Punt, and then the WhatsApp voice notes show that somewhere around 12:27 a.m. is when the boat reportedly started sinking into the river. That's when people started sending WhatsApp messages to their loved ones. As of this morning, it was reported that 116 people were present on the boat. Later, we got an update to say that 133 people were present on the boat, which means it was 116 passengers and 17 crew members. The first report was that 53 persons had been rescued, and then the last report I saw was that 67 persons up to the time of recording of this video, which is 10:40 a.m. They have rescued 67 persons. From my calculations, that means that 66 persons are currently unaccounted for. This video is an appeal that is solely focused on those 66 persons. That the next few minutes, I know that many people are holding seeking to have conversations about responsibility at this moment. Let's keep our focus on the people that are still missing. And this is what I want to tell you. This is what's really important. So from what's been reported so far, we know that at 11 p.m. at night on a river, a lot of people are going to be sleeping. Many people would have been in hammocks. Now, you would not perceive the the change in the center of gravity in a vessel in the same way as if you were lying flat on the floor. It's likely that the people that were lying flat on the floor would have realized first that something was going wrong and woken up more quickly. The people in hammocks, because the hammock would adjust relative to the plane that is underneath it. So the people that were in the hammocks were the least likely to wake up in time or notice something was happening until stuff started moving around them. And that seems to have been confirmed by one of the interviews with the survivors that I saw in Newsroom, where the gentleman said he was in a hammock and he heard things crashing around him. That's when he woke up. So it does seem to suggest that when the boat was already at a critical point in its list is when some people realized that things were wrong and woke up. Now, why that's important is because they would have had less time to get to the life jackets that were on board. From what I have read, the vessel is 87 years old. It was commissioned in 1939. It was rated for
Wow, so that was
150
correct.
people and about 250 tons of cargo. It will remain to be investigated whether they were within their weight limit. I know at 133 souls, it seems they were within the limit of passengers that the vessel could carry. But let's deal with the facts for now and let's focus on those people, because from the whole team at VPAC, this from everyone that is on this side of the camera, we're making an appeal to the government of Guyana that we need to reach out to our regional partners to seek assistance at this time. We do not have the assets that we need to conduct the search and rescue operations that need to be conducted to retrieve these lost souls. We cannot make the assumption at this point that everyone that has not been recovered is lost. Search and rescue operations normally persist for days after a tragedy of this nature because it is recognized that yes, some of the souls unfortunately would have perished. Some of the people were able to make it to the life raft. Some of the people would have had life jackets on. Now, of the persons that had life jackets on, some would have been able to remain in that local area, and others, unfortunately, face the risk of being pulled out to sea based on the tides and the currents, right? And those are the people that we need to search for. So we know 66 people are yet unaccounted for. We do not know how many of them succumbed to the water, and we do not know how many of them are currently drifting alone in a vast ocean. We don't know. We don't know how many children are out there. We don't know how many mothers, how many fathers, how many elders. We don't know how many people are out there. So this is an appeal. I know that the administration does not necessarily like to admit when it's deficient. The initial reports that I've seen indications that the 2 search and rescue helicopters that we currently have are down, and they've been down for a few months. I saw an additional report from someone in that region that's saying persons that are going to the area to try and assist in recovery of the bodies are being turned away. And I'm not saying bodies as in dead bodies, as just the persons that are missing, to try and search for people that maybe recover bodies or find survivors of the incident. They're being turned away. I'm asking the government, I am begging you guys, allow the people that want to help. Give them direction. We do not have the resources in this state. Give them the direction and coordinate them. All the speedboat drivers or whatever that want to help, allow them to help. We need to be calling on Trinidad. Trinidad is next door. We have established relationships with persons in the Caribbean. We need to be putting our pride aside at this moment. Pride cometh before the fall, Guyana. I am begging you, those of you in positions of influence or with the ear of the president or the persons that are in the relevant positions of authority, reach out to those persons and implore them. Let us not put pride before the recovery of these souls that may be lost in the ocean and drifting further and further away from their home. This is not about party right now. I don't care about which party those people in. I just know our brothers and sisters are somewhere in the ocean and they need to be brought home. They need to be brought home. So let us put pride aside. I am expecting immediately, we're demanding that the president call on all assets, whether we call on Exxon, they have helicopters that are served that can conduct search and rescue missions. I'm sure it would not require pausing oil and gas operations for a day to requisition some of those helicopters to establish some sort of search and rescue perimeter, to request of any other rigs in the area that have fleets available to render their assistance, to request of Suriname, our regional counterpart, to deploy any of their assets that might be of service to us, to ask of Barbados and Trinidad and anyone in the region that is close to us to help us if they have the assets, and many of them have assets. We put in pride aside. Whether we have to pay in cash or kind or oil or however, we are willing to pay, right? Help us to recover our lost brothers and sisters. Help us to recover the children that have been in the water since midnight last night. And they're all praying. I am sure everybody there in the water is praying that somebody is looking for them.
The just by it, you know, how much billions of dollars the Philippines, the just by it, you know, the state ain't working. Everything this government put their hands on road is crashing down. You see what's going on? And if you listen to all these different MPs and different people that are speaking, one thing you could admonish from that is that please put your political side. This is a national interest. Let's deal with that first.
National purpose.
Only the government, so many people on one side. I should say, we have a nice ball, bro. People need to be resigning, and people need to go to jail, my brother.
Something that
people need to be resigning, and people need to go to jail. Seriously. Hey, I need people that way. But they listen to me, brother.
You got this one.
The other 66 persons, and to support the 67 we have recovered in their trauma. Many of them will have PTSD. They were men, women, children on board there. They will have trauma. We need to be deploying assets to counsel and make sure those people are well as well, and their mental health is okay. As we engage in the active recovery, let us not waste a single minute more. Every minute we delay in asking for the help we need is another minute, another soul risks perishing to the elements, or worse, out there, all alone. All alone. We can do better. I don't want to make this a drawn out live. I'm begging you guys to share this. We're going to repost it on the VPAC page, and we're going to be following up on this matter. When the time comes for investigation, we will be right there. But I'm urging you, put politics aside. I know this is the time when reflexively we want to cuss out the government, but that and talk about President Ali Farm or whatever. Y'all know I've been on that for how long. I'm putting that aside. I have nothing to say about the President Farm today. I have nothing to cuss the PPP out today. I'm in full cooperation mode. If y'all need me or anyone in VPAC to help call the people in Trinidad and beg for assistance, we are willing to call and beg for assistance. Today is the day. We put pride aside. We come together as a nation, united in grief, united in concern for our brothers and sisters that are still out there in the ocean, and go and find them and bring them home and give closure to the families that are grieving right now. So you guys out there trying to stir things up today, stop it. Send your thoughts, send your prayers, send your well wishes for the people that are still out there in the ocean, and let us retrieve them. Let us ask for the final time. Let us ask for assistance.
They said that Francis Bailey said that South Trinidad to help me tag them. There's absolute don't start all these places for help already.
This is what I would hope. I would hope.
Because now they will call them. So they're supposed to call them for this morning, you think so?
I think they don't contact them by now. Hopefully, any allies or persons might have, sent whatever help. Hopefully by now, because every moment counts when you're out in the water. Then.
Okay, yeah, because if they fight, that's what it's all the out in the Atlantic.
Yeah, and then you never know how long persons might be able to survive. You don't know. All kind of complications when you're out in that much water. Yeah.
Has too much tragedy. We almost lost children in an orphanage within the last 48 hours. And now we have to hear about this. We need to start putting our people first. Guys, I'm sorry. We need to start putting our people first. This thing is heartbreaking. Let us ask for the help we need.
That is saying the right thing.
Yeah.
But it's the wrong thing to the government.
It's sad.
It's sad. He said that we will for pay fee. We need to pay the language for the government. It's them that are paying. They don't pay for them people. So, come on, this is what the guiding people here. Who can help their pocket? This and the majority of people on here with the Amerindians was on the ship. I see how much of them is them who really can't, They just speaking in the family, bro. They say, them man in get no cancer. Cockroach and mosquito grass, every insect that eats that the way you say prey on mankind.
Them only conscience.
Them insect that eat all their conscience.
I'm telling you.
Just mean you have to get to talk to somebody, you see the strength, that's psychology.
Yeah.
I mean, got no department like that. Beyond South America. What is fast growing? You know what is fast growing? Their pocket is fast growing, not the country. I look in the country and see when you, as a leader, as a ruler, not a leader, as a person put to govern, going and kick off people off a 2-acre land and these things. That you said it's studying for a decade and more. When you don't, if you have enough land, if people left on these land, you still have more to make people from outside. So you see the petty things, so when can you not got some because people ain't got nothing for help. Guyana people, but Guyanese people doom, bro. Right now, in them who live in Guyana, they're living in hell.
Dark reality, bro. Dark reality.
Yeah?
The dark reality for real for of people in GP. And the thing is this, you see, bring Bailey to tears because as we think about it, we're saying, geez, bro, look what we country coming to. And you would think with all the wealth that is coming in because of the resources, we would be way more ahead of dealing with certain things. And not just that, we in itself, beyond the resources, God find the humanity within one another to respect one another and look out for one another better. Because if you got persons coming for help, are we making it into a political back and forth?
And there's some of the people who got boats and things know the place. Let it help.
Of course.
Let it help. Though you don't have the capability for the helicopter them who's supposed to be up in the air starting, them grounded. They grounded. That's the first thing. Grounded. So you can't pinpoint nobody. You understand? They ain't no good. This will show you, and if the PPP don't, I'm not even talking to the WIN, the AP, and new people and them. The PPP people, followers, if they don't open their eyes and see this thing here is not about them, and it's about the leader of their party, they're going to doom again next election.
I'm telling you.
They got more coming.
Big up yourself.
Open your eyes. And they have to get a better system in this election time. They got to get a better system where you monitor the result. Don't put nobody from GCOM or A or whoever. Get people that is going to be naturally neutral, no money down by them. And they neutral and watch everything from the knick-knack to the tick-tack and whatever. Because the computer thing is a serious thing, boy. It makes things look that in there like it's there. Welcome to the AI world. Ideal listening.
Yeah. So much going on as we analyze these details. Listen, we've been live for about 4 hours now, Delta9 travelers. We got so much content connecting this one headline on this video. It would be a waste for you to not share it. It would be a waste for you to leave this live presentation, almost 500 of us still live, right? Without making sure that you thumbs up the live and subscribe, because we will be bringing all the updates connecting to this headline right here on Delta9 Media. Big up to all the travelers, every single moderator, every person dropping comments into the comment section, everybody calling in, all the persons all over the globe. One love every single time. Take a couple seconds, ladies and gentlemen. Thumbs up the live.
Sleepy is the only diaper brand in Guyana with such a wide range to choose from. We cater to all babies, from newborns all the way to stage 7. Our collection includes Sleepy New, Sleepy Sensitive, Sleepy Natural and Organic, Sleepy Night, and don't forget our fashion jeans. Most of all, they're available in both paste and pull-up styles. Sleepy, Guyana's #1 selling baby diaper, available at stores nationwide.
8 Butterfly Sea Moss Powder. Take your daily routine to the next level. Natural vegan superfood powder, essential multivitamin powder made just for you.
100% wild-crafted sea moss. Only the best, 'cause you deserve nothing less. 8 Butterfly.
The flight has landed, Delta9 travelers. I want to thank every single person once again for tuning into this live presentation. I want to ask that all the persons live with us right now, and those that are going to catch this one in the rewind in the future, check and make sure that you are a part of Team Delta. It costs you nothing, but it will keep you connected with everything that's trending in Guyana and in the diaspora. The flight would have landed for this live presentation, but as long as you subscribe, you're going to get all the notifications because we got a number of pre-recorded updates that we definitely gonna have to bring. Because remember, they're gonna keep finding persons, and again, we want to say condolences to all the family members and all the loved ones. We want to say rising power to our everlasting energy to all those that might have transcended, and we want to say speedy recovery to those that are injured. All the energy, focus, and discipline, and a little bit of insights as well that might be needed to find as many survivors to those out right now trying to rescue persons in their own way. This is a time for us to stand together. This is a time for us to be unified, stand in solidarity with all the persons that are going to be traumatized because of this tragedy right here that went down. We're going to analyze all the details that were going on with this 8 to 7-year-old boat. Like I said, it's going to be one of the most documented vessels in Guyana because we're about to go do some digging and get some information with what really going on with the MV Barima. Do you believe that the 80-plus-year-old vessel like the MV Barima should still have been carrying passengers? 47% is saying no, decommission the vessel. 23% is saying yes, if maintenance log certifies the vessel, right? Now, 30% is saying replace the entire domestic fleet, right? And we know that, well, we got some insights as to how many domestic vessels it might be. One of our moderators, big up yourself, Rubernat, was highlighting that it might be a little more than 15 or more vessels that we might have. And I'm going to check that out as well. And we're going to analyze what's going on with them. But with that, I want to say one love to all the persons with us. And I will definitely catch you in the next one, Delta9 Travelers. Big up yourself every single time.